He said,
Hello, boys. Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. I was just having so much fun. David and Jai were just talking about something, and then I decided it would be the funniest thing if I just start the intro music.
Yeah, Jai was talking about some super important, time-sensitive stuff, and then AP just starts the show. No, we can even tell you guys, I guess, what we're talking about. Apparently, I haven't seen this stuff yet, but I've gotten multiple messages. Apparently, Sheikh Uthman posted a video and is bragging how he went to Southern Seminary or Southern Baptist. He went to a seminary and debated the professors and the students and so on. Took everyone on right there on campus, and I'm just getting these messages from people going, none of those people are professors and none of those people are students, and that's not our campus. He just recorded a video outside of our campus, but this wasn't at our campus. And anyway, that'll be interesting to look into.
yes.
That sounds cool.
Pretty big expose scandal.
But who could have foreseen Sheikh Uthman doing something deceptive and slimy?
That is really messed up, man.
Yeah.
What's with these? What's with some Muslims doing deceptive things, despite the fact that Muslims generally never do such things?
Yeah, it's weird.
Good point.
Totally out of character.
It is entirely and completely out of character. So, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a fantastic little day. David, man, what's up? How you doing?
What's up?
Jai, what's up? How you doing?
Have fun in California.
Up? Oh yeah, I just came back from California. Cool. Well, it's for all those who haven't been before, it's a terrible place to go. So don't go. I mean, I guess there are a few things. I did some good and useful and important things. So I was at PragerU. Was there for an interview and to further connect and establish a long-term relationship with PragerU, which I think is very, very important and very useful, because I talked to them about it as well. It is important that we bring all the Islam stuff to the attention of major channels and major platforms that are in the mainstream on the conservative side, on the right in America, because I think that the right, the conservatives, I think, are very, very weak when it comes to Islam and have a blind spot, and generally not very much, not great attention when it comes to Islam. And this is why I appreciated Charlie so much at first, Charlie Kirk, because he was very outspoken that Islam is a big threat, and he wanted the right and Christians specifically to warn about Islam and to talk about Islam more. So that is also in the works. I'm doing something in the background with people close to Charlie Kirk, but it's good to bring this. I'm trying to make an effort, and I would like if other people join in as well. I'm trying to make an effort together with IP, with God Logic, with others, and with David and others, to bring the critique of Islam to major platforms in the United States and in other places. And so that is currently ongoing. I also went on an Armenian American channel, which was with a Armenian woman called Sona, who has just recently started a big channel, and then hung out with all my Coptic bros, with all my Copts down in California. Was rolling with the Copts. It was pretty cool. And yeah, I'm back. There's much more stuff to do, but yeah, that's what I did. Did some other things behind the scenes, and now I'm back. Guess who's back?
So when do we get to see all this stuff?
Shane
you did?
Back. I don't know when PragerU is publishing it. Honestly, I have no idea. I didn't ask.
What about the Armenian channel?
Probably sometime soon. They'll let me know.
Cool.
But yeah, Copts are awesome, as people say. Copts are awesome. Copts are awesome. PragerU, I know PragerU is getting more and leading more into this stuff. They talked to me about this, about how they need to bring more Islam stuff into the conversation. The recent developments regarding Islam and guy running for Senate who is an Islamist and all that have also increasingly alarmed people. So that's a good thing. I think everyone should talk about Islam more and more and more. We don't need. I don't need to interact with the. This is the funny thing. I don't need to interact with the Muslim apologists and all that. We need to bring it to big platforms to raise awareness and to make everyone informed about what Islam is and why it is a big threat and why it is such a big issue and all that. So yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. Yeah, I am here. I am back. I am the most humble Pope, Apostate Prophet. I'm here with Jai and the Dizzle, and today we want to talk about Andrew Wilson. As I see right now, Andrew Wilson is revealing a bunch of things.
Did he reveal that text message? He said he was going to reveal that on a stream.
I think he said he would do that. I'm not sure if he did that, but I didn't even.
Did he do it or not?
I don't know. I didn't even get to watch the debate yet.
The most important thing in the world right now is knowing whether he did that and shared that.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I didn't even watch the debate.
You didn't watch the debate?
Oh, he was live earlier for 2 hours, and he said he was going to. Wait, he said bombshell evidence to drop. Did he drop it? Did he drop it?
He going to do. He said he was like milking it, or yeah, that's what he told Candace. He said he's milking it until the stream.
The thing is, I thought that he was just trolling, but he also read it as if it's real evidence.
Yeah, I was 50-50 on whether he was just kind of making fun of Candace for always giving these unverified sources of information and so on, and just, oh, well, I got this. I thought he might be doing that, but I couldn't tell.
Well, I thought he would have shared it then in the debate if he wasn't doing that.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. Maybe we should have a look at that. Let me share my screen.
Why don't I just do that now while you're doing your
stuff?
maybe
you can go on his live stream and check if he actually shared it, so I don't have to scroll through the whole thing.
The Crucible,
like a clown. The Crucible.
We'll do like professionals.
So I have been putting my hopes and everything else, not in this sense, into Andrew Wilson winning and destroying Candace Owens, because Candace Owens really needs the destruction because she's doing evil stuff. And wait, AP, see the update on Lily J threatened to sue everyone. Really?
Is Dean getting sued finally by Lily?
When did that happen? Did she actually threaten people? Where did it happen? Let me know. By the way,
we'll look it up.
Let's make a poll here. Everybody, please let me know if, for those who have watched it, if Andrew Wilson did actually win the debate and destroy Candace Owens and her lies. Did Andrew Wilson win and destroy Candace? I'm going to make a poll. Yes, no.
Wow, you look at his comments. Andrew's comments are not in his favor. But then again, Candace does have a bunch of trolls, so like bots, but they're all like roasting him in the comments.
And which one? Do you mean the recent live stream or what? Or this
yeah.
one?
Yep.
Okay, so we're officially live. Candace.
Oh, this is fun. The most annoying thing about this is it's really disgusting, man. It's really telling about who Candace Owens is. So Andrew Wilson paid her $300,000. $300,000 for the debate. She wanted more money. They eventually agreed to $300,000. And then she wants to do it all by her standards. She wants to decide the prompt. She wants it to be done at her place. And then she also starts it with long intro with advertisements, with breaks, advertisements, breaks, advertisements, breaks, advertisements.
She didn't give an intro, did she? I don't think she gave an intro.
No, I mean it was just waiting, and then advertisements. The greed, man. You would expect that if she does this for the truth and for the facts, to tell people the truth, it wouldn't be all about money and advertisements and business to her. But no, she wants more money, and then she puts the whole thing. She fills the whole thing with advertisements. That's it.
I think during those 3-minute breaks, if you're watching on a PBD's channel, he would show his advertisements.
Yeah, he showed his, but if you're watching hers, she showed hers.
Yeah.
Smart.
That's crazy. And Andrew just live streamed Candace's version.
Yeah.
Where you can just see her advertisements. That's it.
How do you pay $300,000 to debate Candace? You don't even get a good enough social media guy that can run your own ads. It's pretty crazy.
I don't know. I think he also rushed it. I guess I understand that he really wanted to do the debate to happen, and wanted to not miss the chance. Wanted to press her. Also assumed probably partly that she's going to eventually back out anyway, and it's not going to happen. So he wanted to push her and push her and push her. So he even agreed to all of her conditions, and then said,
to be fair, I thought she would back out or somehow otherwise derail it. So I didn't expect it to happen.
Now, I must say, I haven't, as I said, I didn't watch the entire debate. I only watched a few clips here and there. Of the clips that I watched, I saw her do a terrible job. And when it comes to evidence, I saw him doing not as well as I expected him to do.
Which part, which debate are you? Because there were two topics kind of in one. So which one did you see?
There are two topics.
Yeah,
it was one debate, Jai.
No, it wasn't.
Sitting here, which one did you? AP, which debate did you watch? The one between Candace and Andrew, or the one between Candace and Andrew?
This is like what Candace did to Andrew Wilson.
The one between Andrew
he couldn't name the 7 charges. He couldn't name the 7 charges, and you guys can't name the 2 debate topics. What are the 2 debate topics, guys? You're doing a review on the debate. What are the 2 debate topics?
Is it the one between Candace and Andrew, or the one between Andrew and Candace?
No, it's the evidence for Tyler Robinson being the killer, and then her theories being viable or not. There were 2 topics in one. So he got to control the cross on his. She got to control the cross on hers. So there are 2 different things going on. So he agreed that they stalemated on the first topic. He even said that in his closing. He said there was pretty much, there wasn't anything that pushed him over the edge, or not anything that pushed her over the edge. That's what Andrew himself said at the end. But the second debate, I think the evidence was all in his favor, but we can watch for ourselves.
Wait, he didn't even. What was that comment? This is important. They didn't even mention the Al-Zut.
Oh, that was what?
What the heck? You had one job, Andrew. You had one job. Mention the Al-Zut somewhere.
All you had to say was not in the Zut sense at some point, man.
Yeah, and you could have said that at any point, and then and when she's running her mouth, you could say, "Well, you're the one here getting zooted." You had multiple opportunities, man. That's an automatic loss in my book. Automatic loss.
It is a crazy thing. If somebody asked me if I would debate Candace Owens on this topic, very hypothetically, of course, I would say I would have said no. I have a better person to debate her, and that is Andrew Wilson. That was my expectation, which is why I messaged with him. I said to him, "I don't have any advice, but I'll pray for you and all that." He said, "That's good enough," because I thought he's going to crush it. As far as I've seen, we'll see. We'll see what the results are.
Yeah.
It was workshop. What?
No, because I was thinking beforehand. I was thinking, if I were to pick anyone to expose Candace's conspiracy nonsense, probably be Andrew Wilson, unless you wanted to go like someone who's going to enrage her even more, like a Ben Shapiro type or something like that. But I had two simultaneous things going on. One, I'm thinking it's Andrew Wilson, it's Candace Owens spouting a bunch of conspiracy nonsense. Andrew's going to be able to expose all that stuff. But I was also thinking Candace has been dealing with this stuff all day, every day for almost a year now. Andrew hasn't. Andrew's kind of jumping into this. So she's way, 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 way more familiar with all the stuff and all the material and stuff like that. And so he better not be taking her as a lightweight and better go in there thoroughly as prepared as he can possibly be on a few days' notice. But I was just sort of thinking, Candace speaks, she can speak rapid fire. She can rattle things off. And she's been doing this every single day for almost a year of her life.
So we know she can speak.
She might not
has a show where she speaks.
That might not go as expected. And so it sounds like that.
How about you go? How about you go and do it better, David?
Oh, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it.
Pay $300,000.
Hey, that's what Candace should do. That's what Candace should do. Candace should jump on and go. Anyone else?
Yeah.
300,000. Name it. Send me the check, and you can debate me too.
Well, I think it actually might bring her confidence up.
Nick Mateo might be.
Yeah, Nick Mateo would have done. I think Nick Mateo would have.
This genuinely might boost her confidence up to where she thinks she can actually do more debates on this topic.
No,
actually.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that does have that impact on people. Yeah, but now we're looking with hindsight, not the Zoot sense, but we're looking with hindsight. But yeah, if we were looking forward, we'd be saying, okay, yeah, Andrew Wilson will crush it. But yeah, now hindsight, we might be thinking Nick Mateo or someone might be.
Nice hat, sir. Nice hat.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, welcome to Peaky Blinders, everyone. Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, I also heard. I mean, I wasn't surprised by people saying that PBD sucked as a moderator because PBD just generally sucks when it comes to these conversations. But not in Zoom.
Hey, shout out to Michael Knowles, man.
And Joe Rogan. They both got shout outs.
Well, no. I mean, Michael Knowles was offered the spot to moderate, and he's like, I don't want to be a part of this. And it's like, I was thinking, like, I would have been like 90. I don't know. I mean, we've watched a couple of his videos over the years, but like someone not taking that opportunity. If you've got a YouTube show and stuff like that, you want to do something that's going to get millions of views. You want to jump into there. The fact that he's like, I actually do not want to be part of this. That's
Respect.
That's a high integrity move there.
Yeah, he said it is. This is not something that is up for these online debates. It is up to the court. So I don't think I want to be a part of it. So that's pretty cool. PBD in general, I didn't expect much. I didn't expect him to do a good job anyway. I don't remember who proposed PBD. Was it Andrew or was it Candace? But it was a terrible choice. And we'll see how
we know that because AP's Turkish, he doesn't like Armenians, so that's why he doesn't like PBD. But I don't think he did that bad. He wasn't like terrible.
Wait, is he Armenian?
Yeah, he's half Armenian, half Assyrian.
Okay, I thought he was just Assyrian because well, that's the bad part. It's not his Armenian part.
That's his bad side.
it's the Assyrian side that makes him bad. It's not the Armenian side. If he was purely Armenian, he would probably be good.
Well, gotcha.
Heroes Workshop. Andrew, how many vibes and feels are you going to provide instead of actual evidence? Kenneth, yes. I did see this one part where he was trying to explain to her how you make conclusions with evidence, how you arrive with multiple different pieces of evidence at a certain conclusion, instead of being like her and saying just I think, and I feel. And then her resort and her response was just, so now you want to forbid me to think?
Yeah. Are you a philosophy professor? Are you a philosophy professor?
That is just so dumb, man. It is so low tier, so stupid. Caleb AC Studio. Candace was wrong on a lot. Andrew was unprepared to describe how wrong she was.
That's a good way to describe it. Yeah, it's a good way to describe
from the clips that I've seen, he seemed very unusually reserved and not aggressive. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's you would expect Andrew to be more sea lion-ish when he's interacting with her. All I could think of is like, as far as strategy,
are you my dad?
I'm sitting there wondering, like, okay, is it just because she's in her? This is her space. He's not used to it. She is. Was it something like that? Or I was thinking maybe he was thinking, okay, just let her talk as much as possible to bury herself, and she'll come out as insane, and it just didn't work. Like, because you might think that. You might think, oh, I'm going up against the world's biggest conspiracy nut. Just let her keep talking. Just let her keep talking, and I'll wait for my moment to jump on there. But yeah, it didn't seem like it. Didn't seem like it
That's
worked.
right. That's
It
right.
looked like she was dominating the discussion.
He's always got like this approach or like an angle where he's like, okay, there's this line of questioning, and you expect at the end he's gonna like make her look like an idiot or make her look stupid or something. Like that's what he's known for, right? Like making people like look really, really dumb or they don't know what they're talking about. And he didn't do that at all. He didn't do that at all with her, which was really unfortunate, because that would have had a huge impact on her followers if they saw her looking unprepared, or like she doesn't know what she's talking about, or she couldn't answer something. But she came off just as confident as he did, and her rhetoric game was, she was even joking about the dreams. Like she was joking about that. So she took away the effect that had to make her look crazy, and was like joking about it after. So I think on the rhetoric level, yeah, it was pretty equaled out, but evidence was definitely on Andrew's side, especially in the
so part. I've seen this here during the debate also going on. He was letting her yap, destroy herself, or yapping. I don't think that works with Candace Owens. The entire point, the entire reason why you go to debate Candace Owens is that she is already manipulating, and a bunch of people who are idiots who are following her, and she has this major audience that she just lies to and espouses nonsense to, letting her simply speak. And expecting, she's speaking and making a fool of herself. It doesn't work. That's how she built her entire business. So you have to go there and take her down. That is the point of going and debating her.
Yeah. Yep. I think Steven Crowder, he was also covering it too. Like he was live streaming it, and then when they would do their breaks, he would kind of bring in like experts to kind of discuss it. I think that he pointed out that all the fact checks were in Andrew's favor except for like one. So on the fact side, he had it like hands down. It's just on like you said, like the, persuasiveness or making her look bad kind of stuff. Wasn't himself.
Yeah. From the video is now Malik's meatballs. I don't know what Malik's meatballs are.
Oh, you don't want to know what that was about. Yeah. No, that was, we were listening to clips of Malik, and Malik was talking to some ex-Muslim woman or something like that, and all of a sudden he says, hey, I don't want to talk to you. I would rather.
What happened to his mic?
What?
You hear me?
No, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, your mic just went crazy, but you're good now.
My mic went crazy. Man. Well, he's got stuff playing.
I got nothing playing.
Oh, okay. Something randomly started playing on my computer. Okay. I guess that did something. Anyway, what was I saying? I thought you were playing something, man. And I was like, what the heck?
Learn to use a computer.
Yeah. So Malik was talking to a woman, and he said he didn't want to talk to her anymore, and that he would rather eat spaghetti off Libiano's stomach. And we were like, wait, what? Why would that be your go-to? Why would that be your go-to thing of something you'd rather do?
Look at it. He's gonna
I'd rather eat spaghetti off Libiano's stomach. To each his own, but that was weird, guys. That was weird.
Yeah.
What the hell, man?
You wanted to know.
Randy Bales gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much, Randy Bales. As Ninja QK, Candace bint Owens went back in time in her dreams through astral projection to shoot Charlie in his third eye to put him in sleep paralysis. Candace bint Owens. Aussie Abe, everyone's saying Candace Zoot walked Andrew.
Zoot walked.
Andrew got baked so bad it was annoying, said Ron. Your dude didn't even prepare for the debate. What a jackass. And I hate Candace with all my guts. Yeah, I don't know. I think that so the one positive side is, once again, I haven't watched the whole debate. So the positive side is that when it comes to fact checkers, and I know this is not a very popular thing, but to media and to those pursuing the truth, actually, it seems quite clear that Andrew Wilson came out on top, not in the good sense, but he might have failed his job and his role of actually taking her down. So, well,
Yeah.
we'll see. Aussie Abe, Jai, I love you, man. Oh, hey, AP and David Wood.
What's up, Ozzy?
Oh, he's messaging from a country that is basically Mars. So, top
Hey,
friend.
Ozzy, Abe, what happened to your shop? Didn't he say like his shop got found out by Muslims or something? He said like his store. Is everything okay there? Let us know. Let us know.
I want to ask you a question, SLGPPH. What is wrong with you?
What? Oh, dude, that's like a Malik
Seriously.
kind of thing to say.
Seriously, what in the world is? I mean, what happened in your life? What?
I blame Malik. What he said about Libiano. I think that inspired this type of language.
Who hurt you? What is going? That's a weird way of fantasizing about Candace Owens. Anyway, let's have a look at this here. Let's have a look at this.
Are we live?
Yes,
Okay,
you
so
are.
we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy.
One more thing here to SLGPPH. First off, you are a scumbag and a bastard. I'm going to ban you after this, so you won't be able to further comment. And I honestly do not care if you complain about it. Go cry about it. Secondly, in what kind of idiot world, in your stupid, dumb little mind, has Erica Kirk in all of this been exposed as a liar? Are you that kind of person who sees an AI-made video on Twitter and is like, whoa, look, this is a fact. Nobody's even talking about this because it is completely true. It's completely a fact. Are you an actual average Candace Owens supporter because you are just too retarded to actually think and to pursue information and knowledge? You fantasize about Candace Owens taking a dump in someone's mouth. Now you're talking about Erica Kirk being a liar and also being exposed for it. What is actually wrong with you? What did she get
exposed as a liar about?
Nothing. This is just some regular Candace Owens simp nonsense. You are retarded. You are seriously retarded.
Yeah, that didn't even come up in this debate. Her being
the only thing I've seen saying that she was exposed as a liar was Andrew read that message about Charlie Kirk being concerned that some leftist is going to kill him. And then people combined that with a clip of Erica saying that Charlie wasn't posting messages saying they're going to kill him here. And she said, and I know because they have the phone. They say, oh, so Erica says there were no messages like that. And Andrew Wilson somehow has the message from Charlie about that. Whereas I interpreted her as like about for the people who are saying that he was concerned Israel was going to kill him or something like that. And she's saying there's no messages. He wasn't sending messages about them trying to kill him and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. That's the only thing I've seen.
It's actually Israel, but still.
I know.
Israel.
Oh, and France. Don't forget France too.
Israel and France and Egypt.
A lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did.
Which is not Candace.
We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You work with him for many.
You know what the funniest thing about this aspect, by the way, is just a very quick comment before we move on. But I've spent quite some time. I think I've started even compiling some of these, and maybe I should compile more and just go through them and make an expose. But when you look at online accounts and people who are currently on Candace's side and are like, we want justice for Charlie Kirk. When you go to times where they posted at Charlie or something about Charlie when he was alive, they were almost, so the overwhelming majority of them hated Charlie when he was alive. You see these accounts like, we want justice for Charlie, they killed Charlie, we want justice for him, and Candace Owens was his best friend. You go back to when Charlie was alive. I mean, I checked this myself. Almost every single time you see them at some point when Charlie was alive tweeting something like, you are a Ziocock Jew liquor, something. Always the same people. They hated Charlie when he was alive. And now they act like, oh, we just want justice for Charlie. These are parasitic scumbags, honestly. Anyway.
And you guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but yeah, a lot of...
They weren't friends. Especially toward the end, they weren't friends. Charlie was very, very clear that he wanted to keep Candace at arm's length. He wanted to protect people and his own organization from her, and also said that she cares about nothing except money. That's what Charlie said about Candace.
He's talking about Andrew.
No, just now he was talking about Candace, how that Candace was a friend.
Okay.
Many people... things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey.
Yeah, he loved Candace at some point. Yeah, but you have to, I mean, Charlie loved everybody, even people who with whom he had big problems. But toward the very end, he was very clear to his friends and to others that she's a danger, that she doesn't have good intentions. So keep up, please.
I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all.
I just want to say, like,
if you want to see
real quick, I want to say he's kind of presenting it like, oh yeah, thanks for everyone coming together and like you accepting the debate, as if there was like $300,000 that made her, like, she wouldn't be doing this unless it was for the money, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just like goodwill or like, let's get the truth out there or whatever. It's like she got like, well, I know she's already incredibly rich, but she just got more rich. Just
look at this.
No.
They need you, says you are getting paid for a narrative. Who is paying me? Is this your evidence? Is your evidence about as strong as Candace's evidence that it was actually Israel who killed Charlie?
AP, you're getting paid by Israel and the French. What is it? The French?
I wish, man. I wish.
And by the CIA, the same people who are involved here.
By the way, everybody watching, let's set a goal to make tons of super chats here to get as many super chats as possible during this live stream.
Nobody care about your super chats, man.
Yeah, continue. What were you saying, David?
I don't remember. You interrupted my powerful point I was making.
Oh, I think you were going to piggyback off of what I was saying, which is like, oh, this is like just out of goodwill. Like, this is a great debate that you are having, but she's only doing it for the money. It wasn't just because, like,
yeah. No, I did. I just basically wanted to say, if you really freaking believe that your dear friend was murdered as a part of a conspiracy involving Israel and France and the U.S. government and people at Turning Point, if you really believe all this stuff and that some patsy is about to get convicted so that the truth gets swept under the rug forever, and if you believe you have the evidence for this, wouldn't you just be saying, hey, let's all debate this every day. Let's debate this. Who's next? Let's debate this. Instead, it was, okay, we'll have to give you hundreds of thousands of dollars to get you to debate this.
Yeah.
Anyway, it kind of reminds me of like Muslims when they don't want to debate whether Muhammad's a true prophet, or they don't want to debate whether the Quran's the word of God. And it's like, if you really believe you had a case for either one of those, why would you not want to be debating those every single day? You win all the debates if you show those things. And they don't want to go near them. And it's like, I don't think you actually believe you can defend those things.
Nice.
More of these things. Any of the 3 channels subscribe to him, the Candace show, more makes a claim. The other can say, can we Candace back? There's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact
3 orthobros
fact check this? Even the folks in the back can say fact check this. So It is a very fair conversation that we're having here.
Got Jay Dyer,
Being said,
cleave to antiquity.
your name is mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan, that love and respect was mentioned a lot. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles.
Why are you playing all this?
Yeah.
Brief statement. That's what most people. Overwhelming.
Charlie Kirk, opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Okay, so the debate is that Tyler Robinson is guilty and he killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that's the first debate.
Opening
The first
statement.
debate.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory. And who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence.
Hold on, pause there for a second.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually did have other evidence or if that's a debate tactic, because he actually didn't bring up anything else that was like never seen before, but he actually might have it. It just, maybe just what didn't come up at all, or he's just using it as a tactic to, like, you know, throw her game off a little bit. So she's more careful with what she claims or what says.
Well, this is the funny thing. I'm not sure what his evidence looks like yet. The evidence of Charlie Kirk messaging his security team and saying that he fears that the left wants to kill him. But the thing is, it wouldn't be very inconsistent with what Charlie Kirk actually said before that. Charlie Kirk has said on several occasions that that leftists want to kill him and that they might kill him. In fact, I know for a fact that he said this because he said it publicly to me as well when I was on stage with him. So it's not something that you can just, it's not something that is just very, very obscure, very hidden. He did say that on many occasions. He even told me that in person on stage. So nobody can argue with me that he never said any such thing. I wouldn't believe you because I've spoken to him, and we have messages from him. He told the very same thing to Frank Turek, for example. He told Frank on that day that, or it was the other way around. I don't remember, but he told such things to Frank. He said such things to others, and apparently, as Andrew's obscure evidence shows.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, he also said the very same thing to his security team. Yeah, that's what he said to me. He said that purple-haired jihadis want to kill him.
Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill.
In fact, I should just clip that very, very short thing that Charlie said to me and just post that. It shows very clearly that he has always suspected that leftists were out to kill him.
Yeah.
And guess what they did?
So like he's laying out, there's 2 parts of this debate. So I don't know how much of this part you want to watch, but he kind of agrees at the end that they kind of didn't really make any progress. But so it's the second part where
Jai, stop trying to skip the debate.
Oh,
I want to listen. I want to listen to the debate.
I'm trying to cover up from Andrew getting obliterated. Yeah, just I'm getting paid by the Ortho Bros.
I want to listen to the debate, dude.
Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is a killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. Be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all.
Yes, Mr. says despicable. AP being paid by the French, Jai being paid by the Ortho Bros, and David Wood being paid by Israel.
We're all making fat stacks.
This is in fact correct. The Lamb apologetics, they literally had like a 15-minute argument over how Candace doesn't have to explain why Tyler Robinson is a patsy because of the fingerprints. Hey, no spoilers, man. I want to see that. I haven't seen it, but honestly, a Muppet would win in a debate with Candace Owens. We will see. Nazir, Candace won the gossip audience. Andrew won based on the facts and evidence of her claims. That's my impression as well. That's basically what I tried to say earlier. Speedrunner lyrics to song late. We're late, mate. We're late, late. He's late. Please wait. No, wait. Late. That's fate. Late. Not. That's pretty good. Ash Mays, Candace, Andrew, AP, Malik, the Macrons, Ben Shapiro are all in on this together at the behest of the Frankists. We're being duped. A dream Candace had. I can confirm that I work on behalf of the Frankists. Branca, I'm sure this show was heavily edited with all the swear words that Candace would have said. Poor Andrew's ears. The Lamb apologetics, by the way, she's factually incorrect on almost all the claims she has made.
Yeah.
Crowder had a good stream pointing out how abysmal she was.
Yeah.
Oh, and I heard, I didn't see it, but I heard that Crowder had a team of like actual expert fact checkers looking stuff up or something.
Yeah, he had like a lawyer with one of them, because that came up because they had to explain how this, like, what is the preliminary, what's like, are you going to give your best evidence there, your best arguments there, or are you going to save some for the jury? Like, so because that was a big part of Candace's argument, which you guys will see. And so he actually brought a lawyer in to explain the process of how these hearings work and when you would actually give your most compelling arguments. It's not just all like outright before the you're just kind of So anyway, that's true. Yeah, and Crowder did do that. Yeah.
AP isn't being paid by the French; he's being paid by Sudan. Everyone knows this. Stop spreading false rumors. I'm being paid by the Frankists. After watching the debate, says George Cook, I now think Candace had Charlie killed. Candace is $300,000 richer today, but the cost of the damage to her credibility is incalculable.
Interesting theory.
It's worth it if you just care about money. Andrew definitely lost $300,000. That's for sure, says Nazir. I don't know. I think he will still get his money's worth.
All only speculation, unverified claims, and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation.
This is my problem. He says this, but to my knowledge of what I have seen so far, he didn't actually do that. Which is, of course, also limited by the fact that Candace Owens wanted to push this debate topic, Tyler Robinson guilty or Patsy. But this is what I was expecting. This is what I would like somebody to do, to go on there and to confront her about you can make a list of all the lies that she has spread, all the conspiracy theories, all the things where she said, we have the smoking gun evidence. It's going to come out within a week or so, and then she never did. The case is being solved right now. Bombshell, this and this and this dropping, never dropped. Making completely false claims about the case. She should be exposed on all of these things. She should be confronted about all of these things. To my understanding, from what I've seen so far, Andrew hasn't really done that during this debate. And I don't know.
Yeah, I only watched about the first, 45 minutes or something like that. But yeah, she has said so many, like there was a part where they're talking about Israel and France being together on this, but if he didn't do it, something that would have been helpful is like a long rant of everyone she has claimed at some point was involved in this based on her powerful evidence, because it's like 50 different groups and countries and organizations and stuff like that that all conspired to do this. And like, guys, the bigger a conspiracy is, the more likely it is that something's gonna break down and someone's gonna tell.
Yeah. He should have gotten together with that guy. What's his name? Murdered by Crayons. Is that the guy? Mm-hmm. The guy who shows all kinds of contradictions.
No, it's Milk Bar. It's Milk Bar.
Sorry. Milk. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so he should have got together with that person who makes all the compilations of like her contradictions, because I agree that would have been really, really impactful to just point out all those. You said this never material.
Or even like just played the compilation. Said, okay, how do you stand by all of this?
Right. Yeah, that would have been great actually. But this is
It's indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble.
What a freaking child, man.
I have to say, it would have been super hilarious of her to have like a huge diamond necklace or diamond watch or something like that and go, hey, $300,000. Thanks, Andrew.
It just tells me further again what a horrible human being she is, and how she really doesn't care about setting the facts straight.
No, she's pretty sick, man.
Yeah, she's definitely evil.
System?
She's definitely evil. Yeah.
Because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and I will just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that.
I don't really understand this sentiment. I know I find it very difficult to be respectful when it comes to Candace Owens, but she didn't lose her mind. She never had one to begin with. And
AP says women don't have minds.
I know there are some people who say there are some people who say I used to really love her and respect her, but then she just went bad. I'm sorry, I don't understand how you used to love and respect her. She was always like this. She just went off the deep end and went too far in explicitly saying all the insane, dumb nonsense. She built her career on being a completely unreliable, ignorant idiot who has spread nothing but lousy, lazy nonsense from the very beginning of her career in media. She has always been like this. She was never good. She was never about truth and about facts. And even when she said things that you agree with, she usually presented them in very dishonest ways. She has always lied. She was never reliable. She was never good. And people, unfortunately, made her famous because there was something appealing about her. She's basically like the DEI of the right.
All I just heard you say was, "Hi, I'm a Turk, so I hate strong black women, and I complain about them." That's all I heard.
I mean,
yeah,
there's something about it that is close, which is that the only reason that she has become so famous is that she's a black woman on the right.
Wow.
Did you hear that? He said she's a black.
Wow.
And
he said what? She's one of those blacks.
And the right wanted to use her as their token black woman. That's it.
Wow.
I want people to remember that it's important to think we've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes.
I have to say it makes way more sense than Candace's narrative. The narrative doesn't make sense. What? Young guy with a trans boyfriend hears all kinds of things about Charlie Kirk, wants to kill everyone who's close to this guy, and he sees an opportunity, and I'm going to go shoot him. Okay, that makes sense to me. If there's some good evidence that that's not what happened, okay, that's fine. But the idea that the narrative doesn't make sense compared to Israel and the French Foreign Legion and the U.S. government working with Turning Point and Erica Kirk and these beekeepers and some Mormons and the Freemasons and this and that, everyone in this big conspiracy. The idea that's a narrative that makes way more sense. Is now you're in crazy land.
You're all making yourselves look like idiots. Well, it's better than being an idiot, Eliza, to be fair.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah.
Liza Edition.
It's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry at influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because he
Israel. God, it's painful to hear that. I mean, even if I liked her, well, why can't you just say Israel? What the hell is
Not
Israel?
everyone can pronounce words correctly, man.
What the hell is Israel?
You're a Turk. You mispronounce words all the time.
Israel.
Immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody.
So Charlie Kirk loved Israel. After his death, the Israelis and Israel honored him by acknowledging that he was a great friend of Israel who loved and supported Israel. Okay. Yeah, that's probably because he really loved Israel.
Well, think about the timing, though. I mean, he dies, and then they express their condolences for someone who'd been trying to help them. I mean, come on, this doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense.
Look what she just said. Hang on.
Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but no.
Benjamin Netanyahu strangely felt the need to say that he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Was that really strangely? I mean, she's being dishonest through all of it. Let's see if we can find an article directly from that time. Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. It wasn't strangely at all. It wasn't suddenly Benjamin Netanyahu is coming and saying out of nowhere, by the way, we did not kill Charlie Kirk. By the way, we did not do this. You know why he said it? Does everybody know? David, do you know why he said we did not kill Charlie Kirk?
Didn't someone ask him?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone asked him, and
Yeah.
he said no.
This is literally The Hill, which is a terrible news source. Netanyahu responds to, quote, disgusting Charlie Kirk murder conspiracies. This is insane. He was responding to dumb conspiracy theories, and when somebody brought it up, and he said, this is insane, this is a monstrous lie. Of course we did not kill him. He was a great friend of Israel. Well, did he really strangely say this? Or did he say this in response to idiots like you claiming that Israel did it? She still lies about it. She knows that it wasn't him just out of nowhere saying this. He knows that Netanyahu was responding to it. She knows this. But she still rhetorically lies about it by saying he strangely came out and said that.
Nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk.
Are you serious, man? Are you serious? The day he died, the day he was killed, lunatics on your side were accusing Israel of killing him. It started minutes after he died. This woman is this one is evil. She's evil.
And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which
I'm not sure what she's referring to here, but I'm pretty sure that lots of people on the right did acknowledge that Charlie was in his last year saying things about Israel that people found a little bit distressing, because he was actually having genuine questions about Israel. But even then, to the last day, he expressed his love for Israel. But he was asking questions about what exactly happened on October 7th, why it took so long for the Israeli military to respond to the terrorist attacks, for which there are reasonable explanations. I was there and asked the very same question. In fact, I did go to Israel and asked the very same question. Was I turning on Israel? Lots of Israelis asked the same question. Were they turning on Israel? Because it was a difficult thing to deal with.
I think the bigger issue with Charlie Kirk is he didn't like people thinking they get to control who speaks and who doesn't speak, and that you did have a big donor who was saying, hey, look, I'm giving you millions of dollars here, and I'm telling you no Tucker. And then Charlie like, whoa, hey, I was all fine, you supporting us because you liked what we're doing, but if you think you giving us piles of money means you get to tell us who is and who is not allowed to speak, then we got a problem here, man. We got a problem here. Because I wouldn't like someone telling me what I can say or who I can have speak as either. I wouldn't like that crap.
Indeed.
you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath. And then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine.
He was asking questions like, why did this thing on October 7th happen? He was asking questions like, why is it so difficult to ask questions or to have disagreements with certain pro-Israel people? He was asking questions such as, why do some of the pro-Israel donors threaten to seize their donations if I keep platforming anti-Israel, anti-Semitic people like Tucker Carlson? He was completely justified in asking those questions. The donors were entirely justified in refusing to donate if the platform they support no longer aligns with their goals. I can say both of this. I support Israel to this day, and my love and my allegiances are more with Charlie Kirk than with Israel. But both sides had the right to do all of those things. It wasn't like, oh, he was asking questions. He was asking questions about whether Israel is behind everything. He wasn't doing any of that kind of stuff. In fact, he dismissed, even in his last days, he dismissed anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism as insanity, as something that rots the mind. That's how he thought the entire time.
In our relationship with Israel, we wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie.
Plus, the thing is, all she's saying is right now, we got a feeling. We got a feeling. And this is why I started wondering and I started confirming that Israel was behind the killing of Charlie Kirk. This is basically what she's doing.
Yeah.
Let's say all of it is completely justified.
No, that's what she does.
And founded. And Israel is actually being protected in the public sphere from criticisms and all that, and Israel has big influence on, think tanks and all that kind of stuff. What in the world does that have to do? What in the world does it have to do with the idea that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It says nothing at all about whether Israel was involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk, for which there is zero evidence. There is actually zero evidence for that. And if anybody to this day, her and others, make the suggestion that it clearly looks like Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk, these people are idiots. There is zero evidence. You might as well believe in, I don't know, these mythical, you might as well believe in Bigfoot or something. I don't know.
No, that is what she does. And I'm saying this because there are other people who do this as well. But they basically decide based on their emotions that there's a problem, and then they use their intellects to justify and to find evidence that confirms their feelings about something.
That's what they do. I feel like it, bro. I just feel like it, bro. I really feel like it, no?
Debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful.
She said Fed slop. Isn't it kind of funny how from her response, from her opening here, it looks as if it's all about her. She hasn't even begun to make the case that it was somebody else or it wasn't Tyler Robinson. It's all about her and how she gets it and how it's her vibes and feels.
Hey, little side note. I just looked it up. When was the phrase conspiracy theory coined? She just said it was invented by the CIA to distract people from, to dismiss people coming up with, who's challenging the narrative on the JFK assassination. I looked it up. The term conspiracy theory was coined in print in January 1863 in the New York Times. While a persistent meta-conspiracy claim argues the CIA invented the term in the 1960s to discredit critics of the Warren Commission, historical records prove the phrase is over a century older, and goes on to various uses in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Wow. So she just casually makes us.
I just fact-checked Candace Owens. That just happened.
Wow. There's a good screenshot, by the way.
That you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew.
Oh, you know what's funny about that? Turning Point USA did invite her for a debate. She canceled. They did invite her for a debate. They set it up. She then made excuses and canceled the debate. She never appeared. She wouldn't actually dare sit down with Turning Point USA, with Andrew Colvett or Blake or the other guys. I don't think Erica Kirk should be part of any debate here, but she wouldn't even dare to have a conversation, let alone a debate with them.
Colbert, he's a spokesperson, and rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 70.
Is it?
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood?
Okay, he's at 0 to 100.
That you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what?
Wow. 0%. That means she's not open at all to.
I mean,
well, you know why that's interesting. The Orthobros. Anytime you're like, I don't know, I can kind of see it this way, or I can kind of see it that way. So the evidence leans. So I definitely lean strongly towards this. But given more evidence could come in, I could be shown wrong. They go, oh, you weakling, oh. You're supposed to say 100% on anything you believe, which just makes it insane. Because I mean, who's right about 100% of everything they believe? Anyway, you got to be 100% certain, and that's impressive to them. And here you have, Andrew going, I don't know,
if I was
85%, and then her 0. So she's the one who's dogmatic and certain.
I think if I was Andrew here and I hadn't paid her $300,000, I would have just said, all right, thank you, and left it at this point. And this is just so dumb. We get it, she's not convinced, but 0%. Are you serious, man? No honest person would give this response. No court would give this response. Nobody would give this response. This is so ridiculous, man. This is so absolutely stupid. 0%. Are you serious?
Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him.
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
She actually did say before that she thinks he had nothing to do with it and he wasn't even close there. Then she later on switched to he was involved, but he wasn't the killer. She always jumps from theory to theory.
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30.
This is so dumb. It's like you can't convince this person in any way by being reasonable. You already have the court. You have the specialists, right? With the preliminary evidence that is presented to the court, you have specialists already determining very clearly that he was murdered with a bullet shot from a rifle. That's it. You have the experts sitting down analyzing this. Yeah, don't trust the experts. Don't trust the experts. What about COVID? Okay, we have the expert. We have ballistics experts everywhere. Any expert is aware of this and can confirm that he was most definitely shot with a bullet from a rifle. But she's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. How can you convince this dumb person? So dumb.
30-6.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was
Here we go. Miguel de Moreno says, AP audience thinks a 30-06 wouldn't rip a giant hole out the back of his neck. I want to ask you one question, Miguel de Moreno. Have you ever shot with a 30-06? Have you ever done it? If you want to ask me, have I ever shot one? I have. Multiple times.
That makes you an expert, everyone. So now AP knows exactly what would happen.
I have actually shot one. Multiple people have actually shot one. And anybody who has experience with one, anybody who has been hunting with one, will easily tell you that it is very, very inconsistent. Sometimes it might cause significant, harsh damage. Sometimes it might not. Sometimes it might explode the target and go through. Sometimes it gets stuck. You can easily verify this information. There are multiple videos and people demonstrating this. Just go on YouTube. Just go on YouTube and put it in. You will see people who work with these guns, who are experts in this. You will see them demonstrate it. You can do the most basic thing and just ask the Google AI. And if you don't believe the answer of the Google AI, you can further request statistics on this. Of course, you don't trust statistics because they're probably controlled by the Jews. You're talking. You got this dumb line from Twitter, and you just run with it.
So Andrew actually is a gunsmith, and this talk's about to come up like in a second. So you hear what he has to say on it.
he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from low sea, 150 feet now.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Penguich, which is near his grandparents' home.
If this goes to trial,
that receipt.
What?
Oh, I said if that goes to trial. She said she believes it will be presented as evidence if this goes to trial. Like she thinks it's under investigation whether this is even going to go to trial.
What is the? So I haven't really been keeping up with this case. I just watched this debate, but what's the relevance of this point? Because they do talk about it quite a lot. What's the relevance of this? Is this like a time that the receipt said he was there or something?
Yeah, supposedly this is the story. We kind of there's a picture going around of a receipt. We've got Candace saying it and saying she talked to the owner, but the claim is that Tyler Robinson was eating at a steakhouse hours away, I think a little after the shooting. And so couldn't have gotten all the way there and back and all that stuff and been doing all this stuff. And so.
Okay, I thought so, but they didn't really make it clear. So, okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being.
This is so funny. Child of God says a 30-06 is to hit the heart of a deer, not an elephant. Yes. But there was another comment that I just saw earlier, which was something like, where was that? Okay, somebody said there is no way that a 30-06 would not blow his head off. I want you, if you're honest with yourself, go ahead and type that question into Google. Would a 30-06 from a higher angle from about 140 yards distance, if shot at the neck, would it blow someone's head off? Type it into Google. Look at the sources. Tell me what answer you get. Considering the fact that the response you will get will most definitely not be, oh yes, it will definitely do that. Will you then begin accepting that you're just spouting nonsense? And will you please stop taking dumb X posts as God?
When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up. This
is the funniest thing. You have these, I know that somebody said there's not a lot that would blow your head off, but this has actually become a phrase. And it's like, anybody who has done a little bit of research and who is a little bit familiar with the topic will know that this is complete nonsense, but it has become a common thing. I've seen this phrase many times by now on Twitter and everywhere else. Oh, a 30-06 would definitely blow his head off. What? It would be weird to even suggest that, but I've seen it multiple times by now. People making these claims about a 30-06. Where do you guys get this from? You all get this from somebody saying it, other people then spreading it. This is complete nonsense. It is complete. It's a fantasy world. If there was some fantasy gore in some weird B movie, that's probably what would happen. But this is just an example of people just spreading nonsense from each other without having any. You guys have probably never even shot a gun.
Yeah, so it's total nonsense if you say, oh, a 30-06 would have blown his head clean off. That's nonsense. With that said, I would expect if a 30-06 round hits someone in the neck, I would expect it to go out the back. That doesn't mean that's definitely what's going to happen. That's why the angle and so on comes into play. If it's sort of already kind of a downward angle, then you do get ricochets within people. In other words, it hits a bone. It doesn't stop it. It just changes the direction and points it like more downward or something like that. And I'm saying that because I knew a guy who got shot, and he talked about how this thing just bounced off. He got shot by a cop, and he talked about how it went in here and then hit over here and then bounced off a rib over there and then ended up lodged in his shoulder.
Yeah.
Hey, this is so funny. Two people, one of them Isa. What's up, Isa? said exactly what I just thought as I was speaking it. A video game like Resident Evil. This is stuff that happens in video games like Resident Evil, where you actually, even with something small, you use a handgun to shoot a head and then it explodes. It's like, where does that happen? And then the other person, somebody else said, Quentin Tarantino must be blamed. This is also something that will probably happen in a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah, that
Not in real life.
And people who grew up watching Dirty Harry, when he would give his little speech about his 44 Magnum, he'd say, and seeing as how this is a 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun on earth and can blow your head clean off. He would talk like that. So everything was about blowing someone's head off.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous, man. This is the real world. This is not a video game, guys. A bullet doesn't just blow someone's head off.
Which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey's.
Watch gun channels. 30-06 is powerful ammo. I know. I have shot it. I know it is powerful. You know what actually happened when I shot it at first? I hit slightly off target, and the thing that I hit was like a cardboard box. It moved, leaving some holes behind. That is no denying that it is very powerful. But it's not some fantasy thing like anything it hits, even if it's a whole building, it explodes, it blows right off. What kind of stupid fantasy world is this, man? Gosh.
Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy. You could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in a woods near a crime scene. Like, that's not convincing evidence.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay,
and I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point in time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA.
See, this is the thing. It already gets into her asking questions. Andrew said that he came here to confront her on the claims that she's made. He didn't even do that. He started, he allowed her to lead the conversation.
Yeah, he leads the second part where he questions her. But this part here, she's asking him to to talk about the DNA when he says he's a gunsmith and he taught rifles. Like, how does that make you an expert on DNA and how much DNA you leave on the trigger that was swabbed or something? Because he taught. Imagine you teach rifles. Does that make you an expert on DNA or something?
Well, he taught something. I at some point taught something.
Yeah,
that means I'm an expert on everything.
But in her mind, it's like they're all connected. It's like, well, if you must be an expert on everything to do with this. If you're at all skilled in one area, you must be also an expert on DNA. which doesn't. I can't remember how deeply they get into this or not, but I mean, this doesn't actually prove any point at all. How degraded his DNA was, or how many other people were on the. It doesn't tell you who the last person who touched the weapon is. But what if they wore gloves or something, right? Or something like. It doesn't actually answer the question. But I forget if they bring this up or not.
Degradation. They've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris.
Oh, by the way, it also said the DNA, and you can pull this up. I don't think they pull this up, but you can actually pull this up. It said he was the major contributor in terms of the DNA on the sample. Major.
And they had the highest certainty. They said something like 1 trillion to 1.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I don't think these details here, I don't think they should be up to debate in any way. I think the court has already established this.
Yeah.
It's like if she has objections to this, I'm sure she can go to the court and give her 2 cents and then be turned away. I'm sure she can do that. I'm sure she can appeal to the court and say, I have extra evidence according to my evidence and so on. I'm sure she can try and do that. I mean, she had plenty of time to go and actually talk to the court and present all her evidence. She hasn't done it. She had plenty of time to go to the prosecution or to the defense and present her side, which of course nobody really cares about. She did it.
Yeah.
You can actually do this, right? You can actually get in touch with the defense or the prosecution.
Especially
and
since she claims
make
that
your
all these
point.
inside sources, right? Like
Yeah.
she's got these inside sources. Like she kind of portrays it like as if she like talking to someone in the family. Like, so she's very connected to the case, according to her. Well,
Yeah,
Did I
and in
say
addition,
courts
in
are
addition
always
to all
right?
that, it's all about, for her, it's all about getting justice for Charlie.
Right.
And that would mean not getting this guy, letting this guy be a patsy. So she should be campaigning to get all of this evidence that she has supposedly into court.
Lo-fi, Aisha. Nobody said courts are always right because the
forensic
court
expert.
doesn't decide by itself. You can get in touch with the prosecution or the defense to make your case that you have very convincing, undisputed evidence that is very, very important, that matters to the court process. You could do that. She could have done that. She did not. It's because she's a fraud. That's the point.
yeah. And on this particular item, this is like just the science. It's not like the court is giving a ruling on it. It's like just telling you like he's the major contributor. It's not like this is like you said, it's a fact. It's a fact of the case. It's not something like up for debate. This is the simple scientific fact.
Yeah.
Firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was
Hey,
extreme.
AP, you see you see how he keeps like shaking his foot like that? They made a big, huge deal about that because it's like they were making this huge deal of the fact that his foot was shaking like the whole time, and they were like her audience, of course, what I'm talking about, not like the entire audience, but I mean her audience was making a big point about that, as if that proves that he wasn't like he was nervous about the or something like that. They were trying to make some kind of inference from that as that's just insane. Like the levels they try to go to try to prove their person correct.
Anybody who watches this channel regularly knows that I bounce my legs all the time. Like right now. I do that all the time, every
Doesn't
time.
mean anything. It doesn't prove anything.
I do that when I'm eating. I do it when I'm having fun. I do it when I'm having a really good conversation. I actually tend to do it less when I'm nervous and stressed,
Interesting.
or when I'm in a situation where things could go wrong. What in the hell does that mean about anything?
We
prints.
don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, first, let's go to your first one because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony.
Oh yeah, they were saying like, oh, she got him shaking in his boots, literally.
DNA analysis during trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change. That among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to.
Wait,
when she gave the testimony on the prints,
we don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
well, when she gave the testimony, no, first, let's go to your first one because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the.
Do you notice how she refers to Lance Twiggs as she?
Oh, is that what she was doing there? I went over my. No, I didn't actually notice that.
It's kind of funny. Lance Twiggs is the trans boyfriend of Tyler Robinson.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, first, let's go to your first one because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial?
Oh, I think she means the FBI forensic lady or something. I think that's what she was referring. I don't know. But you could be right. Let me check. Let me check the.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more.
And I might be wrong, but I thought that's what she's doing. Might need to pay attention to that.
I think she's referring to the FBI.
It's very trivial, but still.
Analysis during trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change. That among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so
if-
I'm asking you to
but let's-
address
Oh, okay. She might be talking about the other guy, or the other woman.
that. How
Well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
Mhm.
you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? You work in a DNA laboratory.
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my
I
statement?
just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay. go
So
ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually
Oh,
Hang on, I just fact checked. I would like to bring this up now. Actually,
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see.
the defense questions evidence degraded. Let me see.
Oh, you have the transcript from the hearing.
Freaking paywalls. I have the court hearing, which I would need to look through.
Okay.
But from what I see preliminarily, is that Tyler's fingerprints were actually not the most degraded,
Oh,
which is
They
also
weren't.
consistent with the court's with the court conclusion that that his fingerprints are the major contributor. Let's see. Let's see.
By the way, you have to like piece this stuff together too. So it's like, let's say like his father's, prints were on the weapon, which would make sense if like, it's like a family kind of like they passed it down, right? So you have to make it like put all the pieces together now. So you have his prints on the rifle, right? And then you have him there on the campus, right? So you have to like put all these things together. You can't just say like, oh yeah, there's also unidentified, or like even in this case, it's identified, like his father's prints are on there. Okay, so do we have evidence that this father was on the campus? You can't just isolate these facts and just try to like dismiss it based on like, if you only had one thing to go off of, right? Then you could say, okay, here's one thing that we have to go off of. There's 5 prints on this rifle. His prints are on there. His father's prints are on there. So and so, whatever. If that's all you had, but you don't just have that. You also have him on campus. You have all these other things, putting together. That's how you make the case. So it is important to go through these things one by one, but you also have to put them together too to make the full case. So you're saying you found that he's not the most degraded, which by the way doesn't actually prove anything either way, because he could have been wearing gloves or something too. So it doesn't actually.
I'm trying to see if Stephen Crowder went through.
Matter of fact, it's a common warning because you don't want to fire when there's debris there. It could cause increased pressure, and that pressure can continue to increase as the debris can remain in the barrel. In some cases, build up more. You guys can bring it up and put it there in the map.
Because he's the firstborn. The gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints?
The nation renames, they trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, if it's actually have
this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson.
DNA on the towel matched to 2 people. Jennifer Falmina with the State Bureau of Investigation testified. One was Robinson's roommate, Lance Twiggs, and the other was very likely Robinson. She said Twiggs, a key figure in the prosecution's case, will not testify in person this week, but prosecutors have said they plan to introduce a recorded statement.
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out.
No testimony, though. That's not the relevant part. Argue that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the gun, only the towel. That's important.
And the information that I shared on my
fact check
is true. Yes. This gun was given to
so it depends on what part of the gun as well. Like he's pointing out, like I think this is the trigger swab that they're referring to. Yeah, that's also important too. Like what part of the gun? So, because Candace did. I mean, she made a bunch of claims and she was like retracts things, so it's hard to keep up with what her latest thing is. But, yeah. Oh, you got the forensic scientist lady.
I'm trying to go through the thing. Anyway, okay. Andrew held back during this cross-examination. It was clear she would walk off if he went too hard. That is probably true. Paul, but Candace fans don't care about
probably
logic.
Not true. I think Candace Owens storming out of the debate because Andrew was cooking her would have been like ultimate victory for Andrew.
Yeah.
Nice. Candace fans don't care about logic, care about dominance. They think like Muslims, Andrew, politeness and logic is foreign to them. That's why they think she won. This is correct. Blue Moon, he should have not lied. She should have pushed her more. For example, she said they have the car back immediately. Really, his team should have shown more facts. He held back, looked nervous. I wonder why. Real Black Milky, PBD is Assyrian of Armenian Iranian descent. Assyrians are Assyrian over everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. Assyrians claim him, Armenians claim him. He's both. One parent, his dad's, I think his dad's Assyrian, his mom's Armenian. So you can't.
Well, notice you never have any Turks claiming AP. Not one. Not one. Not one Turk is like, that's our guy. Yeah, he's ours. He's one of us. Not one.
Well, if he's primarily Assyrian, or if he's Assyrian first and not Armenian, that shows why he's so bad. It's because Assyrians are terrible people. So every single Assyrian is a bad person.
I know one Assyrian, and he definitely fits your description.
That's pretty racist and messed up. What's wrong with you? Let's continue here.
Proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. It doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay, I'll wait patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to.
This is so ridiculous. She's been talking forever, and he's like, "Oh, you don't even let me talk.
Yeah.
You're not even letting me finish. Not in the good sense."
Why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon, and he is indeed a fisher. And
or because it was in the forest. Like what? She just has like a bit of information, and she just like makes these crazy conclusions. It's like that's not the only explanation to what's the facts on the ground. Like that's not the only explanation. And the most degraded thing, again, it's like she keeps making this assumption that most degraded means he's the one that he can't be the one that last used the weapon. Assuming that like whenever you touch a weapon, you have to use like your bare hands or something, or your body to touch, your DNA somehow gets on it. I mean, it's like she takes bits and pieces of the truth, and then she like draws these crazy conclusions that don't follow.
You're just coping because you know she's right. You're coping, you see. Hang on, give me a minute here.
Okay.
I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll get to the bottom of this.
But not in the zoot sense. Gotta include that, or people think it means something weird.
All right, give me 1 second here.
Take your time, AP. This is it's always super professional.
So I would need to reread through
Hey, what's up, Jai?
Oh, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Jai?
Good.
Hey, nice hat, man.
Thank you. Nice desk, upside down desk.
Hey, some guys can pull off that hat. Some guys can't, but you pull it off pretty well, man.
Oh, thank you.
Better than most. Most guys who wear that hat, they just look like perpetrators trying to look cool, but looks pretty natural on you, man. Looks pretty natural.
Thank you. Wow.
Goes with your beard too.
All right, so just from the court, I cannot find any statement saying that there is any significant amount of degradation, and that both the screwdriver and the towel match, that the gun matches, and it points significantly at Tyler Robinson. That's all I'm getting so far. If there's any other further evidence, please let me know.
Wait, so are we looking at the same transcripts? You're on the rev.com/transcript. That's the website you're on?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm looking at TurboScribe.
Okay, there's one
video.
Okay.
I'm just going through a transcription program and transcribing the entire court and all that. So
I just want to point out, you guys are awesome investigators, man. Top notch. Top notch.
So I was totally getting it done, and Jai started asking weird questions.
This is the A team right here.
I'll send you the link for day 4, right? You're on day 4?
I don't need a link. I have it transcribed already.
Yeah, but you said you don't see the part. This has the part on there.
All right. What does it say? Tell us.
Oh, I mean, hold on.
Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, yeah, he's got a source. Oh, but he can't reveal his source. And
yeah, it was a dream. Someone came to me in a dream, and
does it have any useful information for the degradation issue?
Yes, I'm sending it to you right now.
I'm literally looking at the transcript here, and it doesn't say anything about degradation on day 4.
Okay, hold on. I gotta.
Which day was it? Which day was it? 4.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it's day 4.
Okay. It doesn't even mention the word degradation or anything.
What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun?
Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints.
Oh, sorry about that. It's day 5.
Day 5.
Oh,
yeah. 1 hour, 45 minutes.
Oh, if Jai
degradation.
was wrong about that, mistrial. Jai's wrong about that.
But yeah,
what else is he wrong about? No further questions.
So day 5 is around 1 hour 45 minutes, and they actually talk about the causes of degradation as well. So it's not just how Kansas is trying to portray it as. Whatever transcript file you're on, it's around 1 hour 45 minutes 43 seconds.
Day 5.
Yeah.
Degradation.
We're certain of the samples that you tested in this case, degraded samples. Then they kind of go into the whole conversation there.
All right. So, what can cause okay, let's start with everything that mentions degradation. We're certain of the samples that you tested in this case, degraded samples. There was degradation present in some of the samples. And what can cause degradation? Like I said here, there is environmental insults, heat, humidity, and so on and so forth. Further, it's possible for DNA evidence it's possible that the DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like this, there may be a potential that some of the profile was what we call dropped out, so it's not present, and so on and so forth. It's just that it was degraded. And it then further says, hang on. Did what you termed the major profile have the largest amount? Why am I reading this? We can just listen to this. Hang on.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
Oh, we can't see it if you're showing it.
Yeah, why don't you show it, AP?
Is anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
You can't tell.
Hang on, no, this is very interesting. This is very funny.
What?
All right.
This is very funny.
You are on Rev.com.
I know I'm on Rev.com.
And you can't tell us anything about when, consistent with at least 4 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
The major profile, which is Tyler Robinson, he's the major profile.
Yeah, meaning he's got the most and the most clearly identifiable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's like completely coming to anyway. Yeah.
Okay, so he is the major contributor on the rifle on the trigger. It is the trigger, right? Let's see which part from the trigger. The trigger guard.
Trigger guard.
Okay, so he is the major contributor and has the largest degradation in general, but he is the major contributor.
Yeah.
What you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can tell us
That's really important because Candace is inferring that you can. She's inferring that you can get some sort of inference based off of that. So what she's saying is because there's degradation, in her mind, she thinks that therefore that means he's like the furthest like imagine there's like a 5 people touched it. He's going to be one of the earlier people that touched it. A bunch of people touched it after him, and probably he wasn't the shooter because he would have had stronger DNA on the trigger or the trigger guard. That's what she's inferring from this. But what she just said, which is really important, is just that you can't tell when they touch this based off of this information. That's very important because she's making the case that you can do that. So she's drawing from evidence it's true, most degraded, but it's not true that you can infer that he wasn't like the last person to touch it or something, or when he last touched it. That's important.
That is very important. That is indeed very, very important. Let's continue. I was just trying to.
And did what you term the major profile have the trigger or trigger guard, correct? Or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can tell us anything about whether when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles.
Oh, hold on though. So not because this is important now. What's being tested now? So before we're talking about the trigger or trigger guard, right? Now he's bringing up another sample, and I think that's what Andrew was. I believe that's what he was getting at too, which is that if you like, or that was what Stephen Crowder said, or something like that, like the top of the gun versus the trigger guard. So that's also an important distinction as well. Like what part? So what part's being tested and what you're drawing from that.
So this is the funny thing. I'm pretty sure that certain people have already fact-checked this and explained it and gone through it, but Tyler Robinson's fingerprints and DNA, DNA, are the major contributor here on the weapon in question. They seem to have the largest, or that profile seems to have the largest degradation. This says nothing, or it can say, but it says at this point nothing about whether Tyler was the last person to touch the weapon or not.
Exactly.
Which is the point that Candace is trying to make. She's trying to say that it seems to be completely impossible. It's unreasonable that he was the last person who touched it, but his profile has the largest degradation.
Yeah.
There are many explanations. It could be that it is older. It could be due to handling. It could be for many other reasons, for exposure. It could be for many other reasons. So this says nothing at all in favor of Candace's point that she's trying to make.
I feel like Andrew should have been better prepped on this point because it's a very important point. And again, $300,000 you're putting towards this debate. You could have just had someone like I mean, he's got to have great, like, amazing connections, or like, Turning Point has great connections. They could just be like, hey, we have this forensic expert. They can just break down to you in simple terms, like lay terms, like this is how it works. And so when you're communicating it, this is what, is accurate when you're communicating it. And when if she says this or whatever, because we know what she's going to say, because, she's hours and hours or so broadcasting this stuff. If she brings up this point, say this. I feel like if you're going to do a takedown like that, you really need to have, like, get experts on all the different fields to kind of explain to you how to interpret the evidence. So that way, when it comes up, he could have really destroyed her on this point. Like, really, like what you just did right now, if that was happening in the debate, that would have just blown her whole point out of the water.
Be Patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
Patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. Just go back to your point.
That's a funny line that she says a couple of times, and it sounds like I can explain it for you, but I can't understand it for you, and it makes them sound stupid. So
that is a funny line.
It's a funny line.
I can explain it for you, but I can't understand it for you.
We should use that when we talk to Muslims.
Yeah, we got to adopt it, or everyone will be like, you're stealing lines from brilliant Candace. I don't know who she stole it from, but
it's even unclear to me why she's even asking this question. I mean, she says that it might have been he might have been using that gun. He might have dropped it off, as a patsy because he was part of it and all that. The evidence from the court day is quite clear that Tyler Robinson is a major contributor on that rifle, and it strongly suggests, it is linked to him, and it strongly suggests that he has been handling this rifle the most out of all others. That's it.
You can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going
shaking his foot. That means he knows he's losing.
Yo. I just wanted to point out that is not something I thought. I didn't think Candace came up with that, so I wanted to look it up. But it's from a congressman named Ed Koch. I think he was something in New York, because I recognized the name in New York. Mayor. He was mayor of New York City. Okay, that's why I've heard of him before. He said, I can explain it to you, but I can't comprehend it for you. So she just changed it to understand.
We got to use that.
Let me listen to this part here again. This is very
Say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, Utah's 1102 rule. The state you said in your opening statement.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
Did she just say what I think she said? Did she just say that the entire hearing was hearsay?
Yeah, she's equivocating on but she is saying that, and she's gonna get fact checked on it too, by the way. She's gonna get fact checked on it.
Under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was.
This is one of those moments where I'm thinking to myself, I'm serious, everybody. This is like one of those moments where I'm thinking to myself, am I misunderstanding what she's saying here? Because she can't be saying this.
No, she's saying it. She's saying, and because of that, because she thinks that everything presented at the trial is hearsay, she thinks that because someone says something to her, it's hearsay. She's equal. she can do it. If the court can do it, she can do it. So she's saying what I'm saying to you is just as valid as what was said in the court. That's actually what she thinks.
And I saw her bringing this up from clips later in the debate that people were sharing on X, but apparently she keeps rolling with this. What are you talking about?
And I just wanted to fact check her on it.
I just wanted to point out Ed Koch, the New York City mayor that Candace Owens stole that quote from. He's Jewish.
Oh.
He's Jewish.
Look at this funny thing here. I remember very well that from one of the days at the preliminary hearings, hearsay was, in fact, somebody brought it up. The prosecution, I think, brought it up that certain kinds of hearsay are actually admissible in court in a trial. Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations.
Yes, hearsay is.
It's like two of the things that like the 20 thing.
Like if you hear a person say, "I did it, I killed the dude," okay, that's you heard him say it. It's hearsay, but you're allowed to include that as evidence.
This is Utah. This is what This is where the thing is taking place. She's trying to appeal to Utah. Utah allows reliable hearsay in court in trial.
That's not the only thing that's allowed.
You have to allow it. Some things are hearsay can be supportive evidence. Reliable hearsay can be supportive evidence. So it is written in the laws of Utah that hearsay is actually allowed if it is reliable hearsay. Plus, what she just said is just so insanely stupid. Anybody who has watched the hearings knows for a fact that the majority of what was brought was not in fact hearsay.
Right.
This is so ridiculously dishonest and stupid. And we know that this can't be ignorance. We know that she's watched all the footage. So we know that she knows for a fact that most of the evidence at court, at the hearings, was not hearsay. Most of it was not hearsay. Some of it was even claimed to be hearsay by the defense, but was not hearsay. And so she says that hearsay is not allowed into trial anyway. So most of what was presented at the preliminary hearings will be dismissed and will not make it to trial. This is nonsense. The majority, most of what happened, what was presented at the preliminary hearings was not hearsay. And some of the hearsay can also be allowed into the trials. So both of the claims that she just made are complete nonsense. One of those, she might not actually know that hearsay may be admitted, but the other, that almost everything was hearsay, is simply complete nonsense, which she's lying about because she's evil.
Put in.
Hearsay is, oh, I heard someone say something. That's very different from DNA evidence, video footage, pictures, all that stuff. So I don't even know what she would possibly mean by that. Unless she just thinks that anytime someone is saying something, that's hearsay. I can't figure out. Oh my goodness! Well, it's just a bunch of people saying stuff, so it's hearsay. That's not hearsay. Hearsay is, I heard someone else say something. Certain kinds, sometimes that's allowed. If you say, I heard the guy say he did it, he killed the person. They usually don't want it in terms of, I heard what some other possible witness said, because they want to say, okay, bring that witness. Why isn't that person speaking? And, anyway.
I think when it comes to Candace, I've heard people say before, you want to establish, like, if someone is basically, you want to establish if they're dumb or if they're evil. And I think she's not dumb. I think that, you could have a combination. But I think that she's definitely just evil. That's what she is.
And dumb. She's in certain ways. She's smart in certain ways and dumb in certain ways.
Yeah. But I feel like if someone is just dumb, then that kind of like it doesn't absolve them of responsibility for their evil, but it like makes it like less or something. Like it's like more understandable. But she's definitely evil. I mean, she's dumb, like you said, in certain ways. She's definitely dumb, but
Jai says all dumb people are evil.
No, I'm saying it's less excusable when
So I'm trying to remember what it was, but one of the things used in the preliminary hearings was one of the officers on duty that day said that he spoke with one of the others, and she said this took place at this time. Oh no, she said something more significant. I'm really trying to remember what it is.
Was the shoes?
But it was some really important information as to the timeline
Oh, the
of
timeline.
things happening. And as the guy reported what she said to him, which was very important to establish a timeline, the defense rose up and said, this is hearsay, to which the prosecution replied that it is not hearsay, but that reliable hearsay may be admitted according to Utah laws, and that the court did indeed admit it, because it was very important in order to establish a timeline of everything that unfolded during the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And that will most likely be used in trial as well. She's spouting complete nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually thinks like that's her justification. At least she's trying to kind of say like, yeah, they're all just doing hearsay in court. That's what I'm doing here. So it's all equal. It's all equal. It's my what I'm saying is just as valid as what they're saying. It's all hearsay. She actually like if you play it on, she actually believes that.
Yeah. She's trying to reduce what hearsay means to her own understanding of what hearsay is.
Yeah.
And in trial, hearsay is not what is colloquially hearsay to, Candace Owens.
Right. You're right. She'll get like a comment, like a YouTube commenter, and they'll be like, "I'm a medical examiner," and she'll think like, "Oh, well, someone said it, so I can use this and kind of like bolster it as like oh, I have a medical examiner who says whatever," and it's like some guy on YouTube writing a comment, he's probably trolling you.
She is equivocating. That's what she's doing. Somebody can say, okay, on this day, this person was murdered. I talked to my colleague, and she told me that the sheriff left at 7:00 to go to the location of the incident. This might sound like, oh, this is just hearsay. Oh, it is reliable hearsay. It is reliable hearsay in order to establish the timeline of how and when things happened, of what exactly unfolded. And this will likely be admissible to the court. So she's dumbing it down for her cult. I think she's lying for her dumb cult. Let's just say that.
Yeah, all her followers
not
are
to
like,
say,
yeah, that's right. She's doing exactly what the court's doing. Yeah.
Just one clarification. That is not to say that cults are bad, considering that I also have my own cult here. So,
okay.
We're talking about bad cults.
Bad cults, yeah. Evil cults.
You didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
hey,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so
I don't know.
Explanation of the shooting.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
this is a huge point. This is
hey,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
Look at this. She said this was in court every day. Utah Rule 1102, which, according to her understanding, is the rule which shows that hearsay is not allowed in court. In trials. I just pulled it up. What I just pulled up earlier was, in fact, Rule 1102, which explains that you may allow reliable hearsay in trial, and that this is admissible.
Wait, so what are you understanding her to be saying here? Because she's making this huge point about it. She's making him look like he's dumb for not knowing this too. So what exactly is she saying?
Let's go back.
Yeah.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to
Wow.
present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy that you don't know
for
this.
a fact check. If
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day.
The team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical
Look, she got him shaking in his boots again.
of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27
Can't read.
transacted the cervical spinal.
Must reject everything he says.
Examiner observed a significant.
So to the question, she claims, or her claim is that Rule 1102 in Utah means that most hearsay is not admissible and cannot go to trial.
Right.
And she also tries to claim that most of what was presented in the preliminary hearings was hearsay. First off, most of it was not hearsay. Secondly, the idea that hearsay is not allowed to go to trial is complete nonsense. The very rule that she cites says the opposite. That much of reliable hearsay in criminal cases like this is not barred from going to trial, but may very well be admitted to trial. So she's completely misrepresenting the law here and acting like Andrew is stupid for not knowing it.
Exactly. So I think the reason why his team is pulling up this fact check is because I don't know if it's related to whether this is going to be just considered hearsay, and they're like, no, this is not hearsay. This is like the medical, or if they're pointing out the fact because earlier she said that she wasn't sure if he was shot, right? She wasn't sure if he was shot. They talk about like an exploding mic later on. She said there was definitely a projectile that went into his neck, but this is the medical report actually using the term bullet. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's why this report is up right now.
It could very well be. Let's see.
Yeah.
Portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up.
Okay.
And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making.
Yeah, let's bring that up.
That I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler
Robinson. Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact,
here's what she's doing.
Yes,
she is presenting the things that she has heard, or that she thinks of, or that she has feelings about as hearsay, and she's using hearsay in the loosest language possible here. For example, I heard that my grandma went to the moon on the back of a flying donkey, for example, or I heard that that Muhammad went, flew up to heaven on the back of a flying donkey. That would be, for example, hearsay.
Yeah, so I don't need evidence because they're not presenting evidence.
I heard there was I heard a unicorn rode through the city and is responsible for all the missing things in this store That is hearsay. There is no actual evidence for that. So that would be regular hearsay, right? I heard somebody make these claims. That is not equivalent to reliable hearsay in court or in a preliminary hearing. The hearsay there is a legal reference to something that is important, such as this officer went at this time to this place and found this. That is reliable hearsay. That is not equal to you simply hearing things in your dreams or hearing things that people have sent you. So you hearing things is not as strong, is not even comparable to reliable hearsay in court. She's trying to compare her dreams, for example, to stuff that is admitted in court as reliable evidence, as reliable hearsay. This is ridiculously stupid.
By the way, that frame makes her look really crazy. Look at that.
You are crazy.
No, her face.
Oh, her. Okay. Yeah, she's also crazy. We're all crazy. We're all crazy, man.
We should all be crazy together.
You are crazy. I am crazy. We should all be crazy together.
Candace has a micro PP.
About an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking, Lance, are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making stuff
this.
up. I'm
I have Rule
saying
1102
that I
ready if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull
Yeah,
that
this is this seems really stupid to me. It's like, okay, Candace is wearing white shoes there. Therefore, she killed Charlie Kirk. Okay. Andrew, if I were to say that, then I assume even Candace would say, okay, how are you getting from that to this?
It's hearsay, David. It's hearsay, and we know that hearsay is admissible in preliminary hearings.
Yeah, she's saying she's allowed to infer based on evidence. I'm allowed to infer, but I'm allowed to infer based on evidence too. I can infer anything from any evidence, and you can't question my reasoning process. Yeah. That's what she's basically saying, it sounds like.
So she thinks that the hearsay at court is nonsensical and would all be thrown out in trial. But then she makes the justification for her own hearsay, which is far beneath that hearsay in court, and says that her hearsay is completely justified. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I don't even want to explain why. It's so stupid.
Piece of evidence, and I am saying,
but you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of.
I must say that Andrew was a little bit out of his depth here.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, do you think he just thought it'd be easier? Like he thought that he could just like steamroller or something like that, and I don't know why he wasn't prepared.
It's a couple things. One, it was short notice, so basically he's got a few days to get prepared to debate Candace Owens, who's been doing this stuff for almost a year straight now. So he has to kind of, it's like cramming for a test or something. But yeah, he probably just thought, okay, she's a conspiracy nut. I'm going to ask her for evidence. She's going to look stupid, and then I'll be good.
Huh.
The Andrew I know would have picked up on what she's doing here, on how she's equivocating and how she's comparing her understanding of hearsay to reliable hearsay in court.
But like you said, I don't think he was prepared for this. I don't think he knew.
He didn't even he didn't even push back on this. This is what's dragging the whole conversation right now so far. He should have made that point like 5 minutes ago, and he hasn't.
So you guys are saying you think Andrew is being paid by Candace to make her look good.
I
don't know.
It's a big Russian op. That's what I think this is. Big Russian op. Clearly, that's what's going on here.
I think if we all have seen Andrew debate, in public. We have seen Andrew debate on stage. He's very clever. He's very quick. He has a way of aggressively taking over the conversation. I mean, he's the guy who prepared for a debate with Daniel Kikichu and then made Daniel Kikichu completely drop his own topic by making him focus and then also admit that it's actually good to have sex with your cousins.
And to start saying he wants dumber societies because that will help them be less likely to leave Islam and stuff. And it was like, and he got Daniel to say all that stuff. But yes, that's
he's very witty. I mean, like him or not, he is a debater. And I don't understand. I think he didn't really prepare, and he didn't really prepare for the fact that Candace is a master manipulator, and that he won't be able to get the upper arm or whatever it is, upper hand.
It's upper hand, man. She won't be able to get the upper elbow or knee. Yes, she won't be able to get the upper backbone. I'm Turkish. I don't know how sayings work.
As soon as I said upper arm, I thought, wait a minute, that's not right. But he wasn't prepared for the fact that Candace is very good at manipulation.
Yeah.
And that she has a way of taking over the conversation. He allowed her to take over from the very beginning and to lead the conversation. And
well,
not the best I've seen from Andrew.
I mean, yeah, that excuses him for but then but I guess you said it is short notice. You could say he's unprepared for that reason, short notice. But I mean, that comes out more later on. But one point I think he did really well on was the point about the parent. I don't want to. Well, actually, we're gonna get to it, so I don't want to spoil it. But there was one point where I thought he did really well.
Reliable hearsay, and what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't,
okay? That's not a point in contention. That's the point in contention. It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all.
Wait. Okay. So that's what I was saying before. She takes a fact, something that is really presented. This is something that the forensic scientists actually did say this, right? We saw that. But what she's inferring from that is like, how do you get that? So she's assuming that she understands what most degraded means, which she seems to be thinking that it means he's not the last person who touched it or something like that, or right? Because again, this is the trigger guard or something like that. One part of the rifle too. So anyway, like Andrew's pointing out, there's none of this follows what she's saying. Like, okay, yeah, this is a fact, but how are you getting from this to that? And she can't make that explanation.
Yeah, and she just once again compared. I heard from this person that this happened to reliable evidence at court. And she says it will be thrown out and not go to trial. This rule literally explains circumstances under which reliable hearsay can be admitted to trial. So she's spouting complete nonsense. Her evidence literally refutes the point that she's making.
The entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence
and she either doesn't understand that, because she can't comprehend what she's reading, or she simply relies on everyone being stupid. And honestly, she might not be wrong with her own audiences.
He is
But
describing
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they are
just-
inferring
Inference and reliable hearsay are not the same thing.
off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant.
How are they even remotely the same thing? She keeps comparing she keeps comparing nothing to something else. It's so stupid, man. I really do not understand how I mean I do understand it. How some people watched this exchange and said, look, she crushed him, she defended herself very well, she made her point, you see. Everything she has said so far is either complete nonsense or a lie.
Relevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
No, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in?
AP, she's trying to increase reasonable doubt, which will make the defense win. If Andrew brought that up during the debate, it would matter, but he didn't. Yeah, well, if she's trying to increase reasonable doubt, then she's doing a terrible job. But it doesn't matter to the trial anyway, or to the defense. The trial has to completely rely on stuff that happens in the trial in court, and as you may have noticed, the defense has in no way in their defense agreed with anything that Candace Owens has ever said, and they're not even trying to prove that it wasn't Tyler Robinson. They're simply at this point trying to dismiss evidence as much as possible and possibly get a reduced sentence at the end for Tyler Robinson, because the defense knows that it's Tyler Robinson, and it is actually for them not allowed, if they know, to argue that Tyler Robinson did not do it. So they know that the consequence at the end of it will be that he did it, but they want to reduce the severity of the punishment at the end, which is why they will do nothing that Candace Owens is trying to do here.
You know, unfortunately, Andrew has set the precedence for what is a reasonable inference in his debate with David. And what Candace is doing here is not too far different from what he was doing in that debate. She's basically saying, well, it's possible that, aliens were actually the ones who, it's possibility. It's like you can't rule it out. It's possible. So therefore, and so she's just kind of creating like this little space where like, this is possible, right? And he can't exactly say, well, I just want to know how you're getting there, but it's possible, right? It's like, this is kind of what he was doing to prove Avery's a grifter, the same kind of logic that Candace is now utilizing. So it's actually turned around against him in a very weird way right now.
Hang on, I have an expert join us in a minute to give us more information about guns. Let's continue for a second here. Let me take a few super chats and then we will have an expert join us. Paul Pope, about the deaf noodle, he tries to be Candace too. Search his name on YouTube. He was leftist until his career crashed. A few months later, he returned religious. Are you talking about the deaf noodle guy, that groper guy who started a fight with Israeli Arab Yusuf Haddad, with Israeli Christian Yusuf Haddad, and then got beat up? That was funny. Speedrunner.
Oh man,
Andrew
you
Wilson,
haven't even reviewed that yet.
no, I haven't. Andrew Wilson could have done it a lot better. CO's garbage is as appealing to her fans as much as Islam is to Muzis. Andrew Wilson didn't bring enough rebuttal, in my opinion. So far, I agree, but we shall see.
Dispute is
Oh yeah, super chats. Nazir says she kept stonewalling the questions. She literally said this isn't a debate when she was pressed. $300,000 should have come with stipulations to answer. And that is a wild thing to say, honestly, that you have a debate offer. It is called a debate. You have debate conditions. You have a debate title. You have your debate opponent. It is set up as a debate from the beginning. And then she comes here and says, oh, this is not a debate.
Yeah. She's like, you're not here to interrogate me. That's actually what he is there to do.
She pulled a Sheikh Uthman. What's a debate?
Yeah.
Paul Andrew wasn't prepared. Nick Matteau did fact check. Yeah, Nick Matteau should have been there. Real Black Milky Candace Owens made $300,000 off the murder of Charlie Kirk, technically. Yes.
She's made way more than that off the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Way more.
Even from this debate in particular, she made way more because she was sitting there running ads. She's got it on her channel, so she gets and most people were watching it on her channel, so she gets the ad revenue. So anyway, she made significantly more than $300,000 just off this debate, let alone the millions that she's made over the past year.
True. Maybe he froze.
I froze.
When you said, I'm using...
Hang on. Lily JD has on Mr. and Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim video. We'll check it out. Andrew said she was going to shut down if pressed. Nazir. Randy Bales, would you
Wait, that would have been in his favor, though. Like David pointed out, if she just storms out, then this is live streamed. That would have been like the best. Everyone would have been clipping that. That would have like.
That would have been. Yeah, that'd have been it. That'd have been it. Done.
That's a terrible
Cooked.
excuse.
Candace runs, storms off.
Yeah.
Candace rage quits debate after being pressed.
Yeah. He would have made $300,000 back just in ad revenue on that clip alone.
Austin Abe, yes, Muslims boycotted my cafe, but all the Islamophobes have been coming and supporting, so we have been as busy as ever. Might create a zip menu. Nice. Nice. Antonio Niguez says in my opinion, Andrew looked unprepared only because Candace moderated all of her positions. She knew she couldn't defend any of her outlandish claims. That is correct. And he didn't press. He didn't confront her on the things that she said. People are too cold and analytical. It's driving me insane that PBD is glazing Candace and taking her seriously. I'm pulling out hairs. I know he's a bit of a simp. Esme Sigueras says 1. Thank you so much for that. Esme Sigueras says 2. Thank you so much. Esme Sigueras says 3. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That was very informative. User says, Super Shekels here. Proof you are getting paid and can no longer deny it. This is the proof. Update AP. I ended up not going to that church because I totaled my car that week. Finally got a new car and will be planning a new time. Prayers, LOL. We'll be praying for you. And yeah, despicable AP being paid by the French, I being paid by the author bros. I already read this. What's wrong with you? Snowman, Candace needs to repent ASAP because Jesus can and will humble her in an ugly way if she doesn't stop. Sadly, I think she's too narcissistic to stop. Agreed. Nick Matteau, Idwing Charlie debate tomorrow 8:30.
Oh yeah, versus who?
Versus who?
I'll go check him on X.
Probably modern day debate or something.
Oh yeah, he did have something on modern day debate. I was wondering what that was about.
Modern day debate. Modern day debate. I don't see it. Aaron Harlow, I can imagine a neutral party to go away from that debate thinking Candace convinced me Tyler Robinson has to have been a patsy. Oh, that's ridiculous. What?
It says Charlie Kirk. This is pinned on his page. He says Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson debate tomorrow, Monday, the 17th, 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. My purpose is to debunk all brought up conspiracy surrounding the Charlie Kirk case. Well, who are you debating?
8 p.m. Pacific time? Nobody goes by Pacific time, man.
He just says I'm debating this guy Jason. Okay, so he's debating someone named Jason.
Nobody goes by Pacific time.
How much you had to pay him?
I'm debating Jason.
You have to specify some actual time people use, like Eastern time. I believe one Crowder's guy was one of Andrew Wilson's fact checkers. Yeah, he was. Canaanite, Israelite, Jew says, Ben Shapiro, facts don't care about your feelings. Candace, my feelings don't care about your facts. Shalom from Israel. Thank you. Shalom back to Israel. Jor, here's how much dollars in Zutcoin do you think Candace is getting paid to spread misinformation? A lot. I think 30,000.
30.
Imagine how many people around us, ourselves included, are like Esau in Hebrews 12, 16, 17, just haven't had the opportunity to sell out like Candace. It's Dinner says, the flaw with thinking that Israel, France, and Turning Point USA all were involved, that's too many people. You could never tie up loose ends. Yeah, it's a very stupid idea. Esau, what's up? Esau. We dealt with conspiracies like this in our debate. Nice. Coconut, hate BLM, but knew she was evil since she smeared George Floyd immediately after his death. At that time, even Fuentes said the video looked bad. Yeah.
And her documentary, too.
Yo, Johanna, Candace is stiff-necked more than... Look, David is like, George Floyd was a superhero. He was the best man ever to live on the planet of the earth. Candace is stiff-necked more than Israel. Tatiana says Candace is a demon. That's a bit harsh, I agree. Wait, we have a special guest here. Hey, man, what's up?
Hey,
how you doing, man?
Not much, just a rather interesting one.
Cool. So, Eric from Ohio has joined us. What are you here to say, Eric from Ohio?
He's here to say, Eric from Ohio had a farm. Yeah.
I believe you had a few things to say about guns. Since the question came up about whether because of course you are here to try and dispute the undeniable fact that the 30-06 would undeniably blow someone's head right off if that person is hit into the neck.
Now let me steal, man. Eric, you fired a 30-06 about 1 million times. You know that is a powerful gun. Yes, it may be a slight exaggeration to say that anytime one is shot, it will blow someone's head clean off, but soft neck. Come on.
I mean, if you fire with a 30-06
and have them respond to it.
If you fire with a 30-06 at a building, the building will literally collapse. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, it'll just explode. You fire it at a tank and it'll just explode.
See?
Exactly.
See?
There we have the expert opinion. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
It'd have been messed up if you just let him off.
I was about ready to leave, actually, just for the kick of it.
And then that clip gets circulated. Gun expert completely humiliates apostate prophet.
All right, so Eric, you know your guns, and what can you tell us about these claims?
Actually, funny enough, I have the exact type of round at least. It's a soft point, 30-06.
Yeah,
so I've used it a lot because you can use it for.
Do not show a gun.
You can show the round, just don't show the gun.
Yeah, you can show the round. You just can't handle a firearm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and again, I covered.
Hold up. We can't believe you. We're going to need to see that rifle. Either show us the rifle.
No. All right, explain to us what's happening. So, we shot together, right? Didn't we?
Yeah, you shot the 30-06.
Yeah, I shot it right there with you guys. In fact, we have it on video. I could literally pull up the video, man.
Hey, AP, I have a crazy idea. Well, why don't you play the clip when Candace and Andrew are talking about it, and then Eric can comment on it.
Okay, let's do that. It's a very crazy idea, but let's do that.
See, you got all the smart ideas coming from Jai over there.
Well, we're in the hat club. We're in the hat club. So we got a thing.
All right, 30-06. Round rifle. Come on, I have to check where that was set during this debate. Dude, don't make me look for stuff, man. Okay, so Eric, the claim is that it is impossible for a 30-06 to be stuck in the neck of a person when shot from such great distance. What do you say about this claim?
If it would have been a direct hit, it should have passed through. But it wasn't a direct hit.
So if it is not a direct hit, what
so
are
it wasn't
things that
directly
can
hitting
happen?
the neck. It hit the body armor first and then rolled up. It looked like he had the new soft plate level 4 vest on.
Okay. What about the claim that if you shoot somebody with a 30-06, their head would be blown right off?
That's stupid. That only comes from people that have actually not ever fired a rifle round at all. Rifle rounds go extremely fast, even with a direct hit. The speed of the round itself should pass straight through with very little inertia being transferred. Now, being slowed down and then hitting on top of that, rolling and hitting, would cause more inertia being transferred. But even then, the neck is actually pretty well designed not to come off. It's not meant to be detachable.
Eric, how many deer have you shot with a 30-06 that made their heads fall off?
Not a single one. In fact, I've used 12 gauge, which is a much larger round than 30-06. 12 gauge will punch a hole about yay big.
Nice.
I need to have an example. So, I mean,
Okay.
you could literally put a 30-06 straight through it. It's that large in comparison as far as a 12 gauge slug. I've shot deer in the neck before with a 12 gauge slug. Nothing happened except it went straight through.
Okay, so one issue is one correction about Charlie Kirk is that he wasn't actually wearing any body armor, so it was a direct hit in the neck from distance, from an angle. It was directly to his neck, so he wasn't wearing anything.
How was he not wearing any body armor?
I don't know, but he wasn't wearing
That's
anything.
odd. Because I was pretty sure I saw it hit the body armor, but I
No. You can see his shirt make a move, but with the with the motion.
Oh,
But
that,
he
that
wasn't-
comes
but-
up. That comes up with Candace and Andrew. They actually have like a Navy SEAL explain that point too, where he actually says that he thought there was an explosion because of that. And then Andrew and Candace talk about that. They go back and forth on that for a while. They talk about the air that puffed out his shirt and stuff like that. Well, that's what you're referring to, right, AP? The
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he didn't actually wear anything, so it was a direct hit at his neck.
well, this is
And-
the way AP planned.
And it was said by, or it was claimed by some people that it should have gone straight through. That most definitely. Whereas many experts have said that is not the case. In many cases, it can get stuck in the neck.
I have a feeling we're all going to end up
AP
on Candace's show.
Yeah,
as a clip.
AP's converting me to Candace's side with this this powerful case he's presenting
Now,
right here.
there is one other element of this. It's a
Yes.
soft tip round.
Yes.
I get a good view of this, which is that's the lead showing. It's meant to expand when it hits a target and transfer as much force as possible.
But
into its
the
outboard
old Zut were a hard tip, and
They
they were also
they're
designed
very
to
deep
expand
penetration.
upon. Sorry.
Yes, that would be a full metal jacket that you would want lots of penetration on that night. But
Not in the-
if it hit a bone, it should fracture the bone, but the bone could stop it. But I would want to see another explanation of how the bullet would be there, and I'd want to know the condition of the bullet too, because that's also another good question.
So you're not sure.
Projectiles, I would script.
Dot. You're open to alternative theories. to that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck.
Hey, hold up! Hey, hold up!
Neck, which
You
demonstrated-
guys who are following it and stuff like that, did the medical examiner's report? I don't know what was shown, but they actually like explain, like, do they break it down? Like it hit this bone and then that made it deflect in that direction, or that made it, split into parts or something like that. I was just wondering how much information they've shared, because again, now I knew someone who was shot, and he was just explaining how like the bullet was bounced around multiple times inside him, hitting bones and stuff like that. But that wasn't a 30-06. That was a pistol.
Yeah.
It
So
does
long story
break
short, she makes it sound as if he had a Superman neck.
It defies.
Well, it says it was stuck in the C6 vertebrae.
Okay.
That's where the bullet was stuck.
So yeah, it was bone. It hit bone and stopped because of bone.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a 30-06.
But you are.
Okay, so I have read enough expert accounts on this, which are that the results can be very inconsistent, and on many occasions, under different circumstances, it can be trapped in the body. It can hit bones. It has a high likelihood of shattering them, but it's not always the case. It can bounce and be trapped. That's it.
Yeah.
So her claim that he must have had a Superman neck. Otherwise, it would have definitely gone through, which is why it definitely cannot be a 30-06 is complete nonsense.
Now, here's another angle on this. 30-06 is one of the more common hunting rounds because it's so easy. It's easy to reload, and it's one of the most common ones to reload. So was this just factory? Like this one's just factory. I haven't reloaded it. So, I mean, this would just have the standard powder in it. So that would be another factor. Was it the actual grains expected for that? If not, then yeah, that would be a slower moving projectile. As well as, again, being soft point. If it was a full metal jacket, it would have gone. I don't think it would have stopped. It would have kept going. But the intent is to not go all the way through. Just like a hollow point isn't intended to go all the way through a target. It's to stop in the target and transfer as much force into it.
Yeah, so your cervical spine, like C1 through 7 on the neck, your back of your neck here. The bullet, it said, the report says that it was stopped at C6. So like right around so that's where they're saying the bullet was stopped. So that's so it didn't go through the bone. It stopped right at C6.
Now, knowing if it is a direct hit, because I was always thought it was rolling. It hit and then rolled. If it was a direct hit, that is one crazy shot, actually. Extremely bad luck. Because it's almost a miss.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the part of the debate where we were actually stuck at.
I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had somebody just took his gun.
Explanations.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not that we should go with.
Why didn't he use that logic with David?
I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom. Yeah. Right. To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory.
I just want to remind everyone what she's doing here. She actually thinks that the evidence in court is nonsensical and should not be admitted, but then she argues that she's just using the very same kind of evidence and that it should be accepted. Does everybody realize how stupid that is?
Yes.
Does it need to be explained?
I just think they're spending way too much time on that particular idea. She's saying, like, I get the idea if she's saying, okay, I don't understand why his DNA would be degraded, and I would really expect a 30-06 round to go right through the neck. And so these things seem very improbable to me if Tyler Robinson was the shooter with a 30-06. Therefore, I'm going to go with some alternative. So it's Israel and France and the U.S. government and Turning Point and Erica, and you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it makes her a lot of money, as Investment Joy is pointing out. She's making tons of money, especially since Charlie Kirk has been killed. And she loves to make money off of his death because she's an evil witch, and she will just keep that going as long as she can. So,
AP?
What?
I just want to say here, I want you to have it on record. If I ever get brutally murdered by jihadis,
yes,
I want all of you to make as much money on YouTube as you can from my brutal murder, because I think it would be a big slap in the face to the jihadis. I hope you all become millionaires.
We'll see to it. We'll see to it. I have already said the very same thing about myself. If I'm ever killed, go at it.
But got to be legitimate.
Yes.
Don't be doing it to exonerate the jihadis and blame aliens or something. You know what I mean?
Yes. Don't be like Candace.
Don't be like Candace. Yeah. So do it. And you can use this clip to say, what do you when people are like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you're profiting by having 47 live streams about David getting murdered. Be like, he told us to, man.
Yeah. Oh,
just don't do it to let the guilty person walk.
By the way, I just saw the specific language in the autopsy report, and it says that it obliterated the left side of C2 through C7, so like the entire, not just C6. So the whole, a lot of vertebrae. It says the vertebrae transcended to the cervicospinal cord. Okay, so I just wanted to correct that. It was a larger area that was hit, not just one.
It was multiple bones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that does.
Nonsense.
No, because I mean, I was sitting there trying to think, like, what would it would need to? It seems like it would need to hit
like
something.
the entire left side.
Like it's a downward angle, and then it hits, and then it ricochets and goes through multiple bones, and maybe multiple bones would stop. Because if you just hit a neck bone, I wouldn't expect that to stop it. Right. But it can, it can deflect. It can deflect it, and then if it hits others. Okay.
And that's something a 30-06 is known for, is deflecting. So you can have that within deer that you hit. You can have deflection. You can have that. You can have that even with like a 12 gauge. You can have some deflection even with 12 gauge, but definitely with rifle rounds, because they're a lighter round traveling at a much faster speed, you can have deflection like that. Definitely with a soft point, because the point of the bullet is already deforming, and it's intended to be deformed. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I definitely see that.
Yeah. So people have people kept claiming in defense of the no exit wound. They kept saying Martin Luther King was shot with a 30-06 and there was no exit wound. It was actually false. It hit him here and then went down through his jaw and then went, it exited and then went down into his body. But so it went out through the bottom of his jaw and then went back into his body or something like that, and then stopped inside his body. But just think, so because it went out through the bottom of the jaw, there was an exit. But just imagine if instead of going through the jaw, it had gone like just through his neck. You would have had no exit wound. I mean, it only had to be shifted a little bit to where instead of going out through the jaw and then re-entering the body, it just went down through the neck or something like that. You wouldn't have had an exit wound. There would have been enough to stop it. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I know they're focusing, and Candace really focuses on the fingerprints on the trigger. It's an interesting point on getting the fingerprints from the trigger itself. You wouldn't think that's the place you'd find the most fingerprints, but yeah, it actually would, because that's the place that most people won't clean. They'll clean the rest of the gun, but I mean, I've owned lots of firearms. I've never thought of actually cleaning the trigger unless it was in rain. So you probably, if you checked my 30-06, you probably get AP's fingerprint. You probably get a lot of my family fingerprints off of it, as well as my own. So that's not a surprise. And again, her claim, even with her claim about it being degraded, that's simply solved if he wore gloves.
Right.
You don't need extremely thick gloves to cover up a fingerprint, because the fingerprint, what they're checking for is they're checking for the oils left in a certain pattern on an object. If you just have even like the store-bought little plastic or rubber gloves, they'll stop it from leaving anything. And you kind of want to do that if you're doing a criminal act anyway.
Nice. I think there's a non-zero chance that Candace is a man. I'm less confident than her. I think there's a 99% chance. Curtis core locked 30-06, which the round was absolutely could not penetrate all the way through. Is designed not to, is one opinion. Ari Yerushalmi says, well, if Candace says that's what happened, then that's what happened. Correct. Spell undefined lunatic, Candace Owens. This is proof. 30-06 and 308 are the same bullet diameter as a 7.62 millimeter.
Yes.
Footlore is weird. In my unit, we'd go to an M2 range and fire through tall grass. The grass wasn't torn up, even right next to the muzzle. Guy still insisted a 50 BMG will take your arm off. Fudlore, not Footlore. Zuthausen, Mo got his brains blown out on the night.
Oh, man.
Andrew went easy on her while going hard, retard on David and AP. IIRC, a terms of the debate where a character attack immediately forfeit. That's probably why he went soft on her, not in the Zut sense. This is correct. You know what was cool, though? After my debate with him, he said that it was a very tough debate for him. But then in public, he always says, I beat you. Emma Perk, check the case of what she's saying. She's lying about Tyler Robinson's prints being most degraded. They even said in the DNA it was a 1 trillion. Kosin Kosan, even when Candace Owens cites sound evidence, she draws invalid conclusions. Example, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Here's a picture. Therefore, the Jews!
That's right. This is what she does.
Segura, wait, I thought the T government wanted AP back so they can impress them. This is correct. David was lying when he said that not Turks aren't claiming me. The Turks don't want me, considering that the Turkish government is literally after me. So, in your face, David. Paul, Candace mainly using Gish Galloping and Muta Bailey. She is skilled on that. She does the gossiping friend role so well that her audience are mainly women. Jory's, I don't really believe that her audience are mainly women. Jory is the Zoot certainly. She wants to claim that her audience are actually middle-aged women or something like that. I don't think that's the case. When I check her comment sections, it's just a bunch of weirdos. The Zoot certainly came to Mo in his dreams. Her burden isn't to prove every theory true. She exposed flaws in the case, which leaves room for questions beyond this is what happened. That's the point. Her burden isn't to prove she exposed flaws in the case, which leaves room for questions beyond.
She didn't.
She has to make the case that it wasn't Tyler Robinson. She has to make the case because that is what her claim is, that it was probably somebody else. She has to make the point because that's what her claim is, that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. She also has to raise actual questions and actual doubts, which she has not a single time. Present one thing to me during this entire thing that is actually a legitimate, proper question that puts doubts on the case. Nothing.
Which if you think about it, it's kind of insane, because her position is she just has to prove that it could be anyone else or even collectively, that there's enough evidence collectively that someone else did it. And then she wins the debate. Andrew actually has a harder case because he has to specifically stick to this one individual, that he's the only one that could have done this. She just has to throw enough on there to show that someone else could have. Like you pointed out, she's failing at the easiest job.
Yeah, Hiraju says she has now received a new feeling from the ether that it was in fact Andrew that shot him because of his sniper skills. Plus, his foot is really shaky and nervous. You feel, I mean, see the proof. You feel it. Yeah, I think I think it's very clear that Candace Owens was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's a hearing. How could it not be hearsay? Defending a lion, she stole that quote from the Jew mayor like Muhammad did for his entire religion. This is the proof. Hi, Jai Nicehead.
Thank you.
Curtis Wicker says, September in Utah, the rooftop was very likely 145 degrees. That's medium rare steak temperature. It would instantly cook the surface DNA on his fingers before it was even deposited. You see. Caleb AC Studio.
Yeah, I don't know about the temperature, but temperature is one of the major things that degrades DNA.
Yeah, that's actually what the forensic expert testified to as well.
Yeah. Caleb AC Studio. The amount of degradation doesn't discredit Robinson being the primary contributor. In fact, because he's the PC, is the primary contributor, is why there is so much degradation. Learning from spending 4 hours watching Rikita Law.
Nice.
There you go. And Nasara says, I have also seen people claim AP doesn't know what he's talking about because he's a Turk and has never shot a gun. I'm pretty certain he was in the Turkish armed forces and has been an American for a while now. That is correct.
Are people I don't think people are actually saying that.
Look, when I was in the Turkish military, I sucked because I really didn't want to be there. Not in the Zut sense, just want to clarify that. But I really didn't want to be there. So I didn't participate in most of the things that were going on. If I can take pride in one thing,
I don't feel like it.
When I was there, my commander in charge, when I was in my initial training in the first month, when the day came that we actually took our rifles and started shooting at the range, what he said to me after I hit the target right on is, wow, look, there is something you can actually do.
Wow.
AP sitting here, I didn't do most of the stuff that I'm supposed to do, and I'm just thinking, like, all right, today we're gonna run 5 miles. I don't feel like it. Oh, okay. Okay. And I'm just imagining, like, because Turks in general are so like lazy and dumb that they probably just let that stuff slide. Like, oh no, people don't feel like it. Okay, I guess we won't do anything today. No one feels like it. Everyone's lazy.
Turkish army, just take the day off. Take the day off.
I had legitimate excuses medically that I wasn't fit to participate in most of the exercises and the whatever you call it, the whole camping. I believe 2 days on the mountains or something like that.
He couldn't even go camping, guys. He couldn't go camping. AP in the Turkish military could not do what 7-year-old Cub Scouts do. He couldn't do it. A 7-year-old Cub Scout can go camping. AP couldn't do it. He's like, no, then I would have to stay in a tent. What if?
But primarily,
what if a camel comes and gets me?
Well, primarily, I would say I was completely fine going and participating. I just really didn't want to. Okay.
Good excuse. Good
excuse.
Hey, I really didn't want to.
So. Hey, I don't even know what animals you guys have in Turkey. What do you have? Like, what would be scary animal in Turkey?
Just camel. It's camels everywhere. Have you never seen photos of Turkey? It's camels.
Wild camels.
Yeah.
I think they have 3 humps. I think they have 3 humps in Turkey.
It's just wild camels everywhere. Turkey is known for having camel. Yeah. Andrew was so bad on the hearsay point. Her claim is if the preliminary is hearsay, then it's useless to use it as evidence against Tyler. Therefore, Patsy. Andrew didn't respond to that at all. Urban Angs, okay, I'm convinced Candace killed Charlie. I am too. Speedrunner, I just think she has enough idiot followers who'd think she lied to Andrew because she's smart, but she'd never lie to me because she's sincere. That's true. Maybe Andrew Wilson took it easy because the debate doesn't matter to the actual trial. All the corroborating evidence exceeds the threshold for probable cause. The entire goal here should be that to expose her and to take her down right now when it is possible. When the issue goes to trial, when the trial is concluded, Candace Owens and her ilk and her likes will be exposed as complete frauds. Okay, so there is nothing to worry about regarding the trial. There's nothing to worry about regarding the case, the ongoing legal case. What is worrying is that she has actually taken over and divided the entire political landscape, and it has divided the right, has divided conservatives, has even managed to divide Christians because of her lunacy, because of her conspiracy theories. Remember when Charlie was killed, the narrative and the first impression was the right is going to unite, Christians are going to unite. And then the conspiracy theory started, Candace started, and everything has been divided. She shouldn't be allowed to do that. And Andrew had the job to go there and take care of that.
Oh,
Honestly, I don't think he did a good job. So, angst. Andrew is too used to being able to intimidate 20-year-old particles on the whatever podcast. Here he's misjudged Candace Owens' talent for manipulation. Yeah, I think he wasn't ready for it. Jeffrey Anderson, it's not illogical that a person could have both the most degraded and most pristine prints. It depends if the expert was talking percentage or absolute number.
Hey, I looked it up. You guys do have animals in Turkey.
Camels.
I said animals. You've got gray wolves, brown bears. You've got the Eurasian lynx. You've got goats. I know you guys like those. Bunch of dumb birds, a monk seal, sea turtles. You guys have sea turtles?
Uh-oh.
That's a lie, man. This is all propaganda. This is Turkish propaganda. Turkey has camels and donkeys. That's what they have. Yes, Misigera says 4 because the people in chat keep asking. Thank you. Shut down meaning she would say whatever by obfuscating. Example, she says things like, I can say what I want, you can't control me. Yeah, that's what she did. Anyway, let's continue.
All right.
You just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
This is so retarded. I'm sorry, I can't find a different word for it. You have his vehicle identified, tracked back to him. There is little to no possibility to fabricate that and get away with it. It is his vehicle. You can see him. You can see a figure that looks like him, that has the shape and the size of him, exiting that vehicle and entering that vehicle multiple times, going to the university campus. Then you have that figure with that vehicle that is most definitely his vehicle, identified by his gay boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, as looking like him. Then you have that person going out and going on the rooftop, going toward the rooftop. Then you have that same shape appearing on the rooftop with a weapon, with a rifle. You have that person going into prone position at the very same, and staying there, and then getting up at the very same time that Charlie Kirk was killed, and then running off and jumping off the rooftop. This is all evidence put together, pointing that it is him. It's not just some blurry image of some guy walking out of the car. She's a clown, man.
There's that.
Can we pull up?
Sorry, what?
There's that, and also his own parents recognized him.
Yeah.
From the footage and be like, "Yep, that's our son. Yep, that's the gun he has." That's pretty damning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fair.
No, I mean that's connected to everything. I mean, Candace is portraying herself as she's just fighting for justice. She's just out there. This guy's a patsy. Don't you think the family and friends and everyone would all be reacting very differently if this guy was just set up randomly, or they just picked a guy? They just picked a guy. Let's blame him, and everyone around him like, yep, let's all help. Let's all help Israel and France and the U.S. government and Turning Point and Erica Kirk frame this guy.
Yeah, and Andrew presses that point, and that's actually his strongest argument in this section that I saw, that point there. And her response is just not good.
Are you saying I'm not allowed to ever make an inference about anything? Is that what you're saying?
It's more, have you ever been in a case before? Your lawyers instruct you not to say anything. So imagine like your son is on trial for, he could be.
You would be shouting from the
Yeah.
rooftops, going on every talk show.
Yeah.
I've had 5 sons. If all of a sudden one of my sons gets locked up and had nothing to do with it, or if he's just loosely connected by somehow, and all of a sudden they say, yep, he killed this guy. I'm not going to be like, yep, that's him. Yep, that's him.
That was Andrew's best part in this segment. I think once we get there, you guys will see.
I know the argument with the lawyer saying, well, the lawyer told him to shut up, or, there's a claim to gag order, which to my understanding never actually existed. Even if the lawyer said, yeah, you guys need to keep quiet, you guys don't want to influence it, they would still want to have it on record saying, hey, our son isn't like this. This is not how he would act. That they still encourage.
Yeah. And again, if the family believed and the lawyer believed he was set up, that's a situation where the lawyer would not be telling. The lawyer would want the parents on every talk show saying, that is not our son. Our son would never do anything like that. They would want him on every single show. Matter of fact, when we got arrested in Dearborn, our lawyer told us, he said, yeah, we normally tell people don't talk about the trial or don't talk about the case because you may end up spilling something that could be used or something like that. But he's like, you guys go ahead. We're making video after video after video talking about the case. So yeah, the idea that this guy got set up, he's a patsy, his family doesn't believe he had anything to do with it, and they're just like, oh no, well, lawyers say don't talk about the case and so on. No, you don't want people talking about the case where you're going to incriminate someone or spill some evidence or something like this, or be caught lying or something like that. If the guy's innocent, you'd want them talking all day long about it.
Yeah, and she's actually making a larger claim than just that. She's actually making a claim that she has a source in the family, is what she wants you to believe. She doesn't straight out say who
we
it
haven't
is
heard
or
any of that
how
yet.
connect. What?
We haven't heard any of that yet. I would like to hear that first.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I thought this is something that she would say like regularly. I didn't know this is just something she said here.
Where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four.
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Oh,
That's not the only thing he said.
Yeah, why don't we fact check that? I feel like that should be fact checked.
okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said.
It's just Converse.
Yeah,
Candace, you just say they're wearing Converse.
It's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
We should pull that up actually,
whenever we're dealing with logic,
because they don't actually do that.
No, they don't.
The entire collaboration of evidence, and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
All right, so that was day 2. Let's see, day 2. Preliminary hearing.
Yeah, someone points out in the chat, says no, that literally is evidence that raises the probability that they are the same person. Yeah, that's to Steelman, Candace, you say, oh yeah, that is evidence. It's just not conclusive evidence. So so there would obviously need to be other things to make any sort of positive identification.
like the same height, the same frame, the same size. You're right. You're factoring all these different things. I'm sure he didn't just say because of the shoes, but hey, people pull it up now.
Yeah, same build, same like
right
gender.
Yeah,
that'd normally be a good thing check as well.
Yeah, skin color, right? Everything's all matching, right? It's like it's just if he's wearing a hat or he's not, whatever. It's like
no. Candace really wants us to believe that he just looked at his shoes and said, they're the same.
Yeah. Oh, because that's how she gets people to think that like the courts are just being crazy. Like they're just that's all they're doing, guys. They're just two guys have the same pairs of shoes on, so it's like that's like she makes it seem like it's just this crazy absurd.
Hey, you know, it's funny. I was just thinking back to crimes and stuff like that because I also would change clothes. I didn't change shoes. No, I didn't. I was just thinking about it. So I went and I had this dark blue outfit because it could hide in shadows if I needed. But broke into a place, stole a bunch of stuff, went into an alley, changed real quick. Didn't change the shoes. I just put a different shirt on and stuff like that. But it was a similar idea. Yeah, you don't even think about I'm going to change the shoes. You're just trying to look different in case someone, because if the word goes out, oh, we're looking for a guy in a dark blue top. Okay, well, I'm just a guy wearing a white t-shirt.
Yeah, and David's not the only one to do that, which is why these police officers they recognize patterns. Like this is something that they know to look for. Like for us people who aren't like, it might sound crazy, like oh you just. But like David just explained the context there, why they have pattern recognition.
Let's see what they said in the court.
What do we see displayed here now? Go ahead.
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment.
Why doesn't he have an accent?
And why? Well, let me ask you this. You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
All right. So Candace claims that he said that it is the same person because he's wearing the same shoes. He used same shoes as one thing, but that's not the only thing he said.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's walking like he's injured. By the way, if you look at it, he's going down the steps.
Based on the viewings of the images, I conclude that it is Tyler Robinson. He didn't say, "Oh, it is him because he has the same shoes." That's not what he said. He said it's the shoes and the viewing of the images.
Yeah, the shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay.
What is up with that guy's accent? He's got like a mixture of an American and British accent.
I know
people are allowed to have accents. Even AP's got an accent. What?
But it was very weird hearing him because it's like I can't place it anywhere. I was asking the same question. Like, is he from Australia? Is he from Australia and America?
Hey, to be cool if he's just like totally normal American, but whenever he's testifying, he just starts speaking in an accent to sound more intelligent.
So Candace made the claim.
Well, as you know,
so Candace made the
examining
claim
the evidence.
that he said that it is Tyler Robinson just because he has the same shoes. That's not what he said.
Right.
So there you go. Candace Owens debunked once again.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did you delete any tweets? Okay, cool.
You guys see, this is the evidence.
Unless
He was shaking in his boots.
It was his It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got,
What
Skylar
are
has
we-
it.
what
If you
are we
wanna pull
doing
it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it?
Debating now about
Somebody said,
what he
so
believed.
give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but
Yeah. So the car pulling in, the car is clearly his car. Robinson getting out of it, you can say it's Robinson. The fact that he's seen 4 other times on camera, always looking like the same person associated with the same car, that clearly belongs to Tyler Robinson. Him having a limp, he should have added that too, and clearly carrying something in his leg or by his leg. The DNA on the roof and on the screwdriver he left behind is, this is very solid evidence that this is Tyler Robinson. What is the problem?
that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your.
That is literally what she just said. We can go
Yeah.
back and check it out.
Just like you pointed out, he didn't just say the shoes, right? He
Yeah.
said the shoes in the visual image and things.
Huh.
So, but she tends to just like a pattern of hers to like.
You're
just-
right.
Yeah.
She's making the same false claim now about
Yeah.
because of one thing that Andrew Wilson listed. She says, "Oh, you based your evidence just on that one thing." That's not what he did.
Yep.
The same thing that she just made the same claim about the officer, and that was also the exact same thing.
One thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
that's not what I said.
it is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is fine.
Why is he sucking?
He
Yeah.
sorry, he is a very poor moderator. He
Let's go back.
sucks at this.
Proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inference,
Wow, what a scientific! They're both wearing Converses. Okay, we're going to get a faster Bagley tested.
me. Why
The
didn't?
standards, any concrete facts you listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a
fact-
fact
yeah,
check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull, something
Okay, these
that
are the
looked
claims she
legit.
makes.
So you just saw
Yeah, the car.
and they
The
are
car is their focus. Yep.
facts. You
So she
listed-
hyper focuses only on one topic.
Mhm.
So she's only half paying attention to what anyone else says and hyper focuses on one aspect of
facts
it.
you listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a fact check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes
I
over
didn't
the
say
4?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Okay, now she's
Oh,
adding.
okay.
Okay.
There's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to get a
evidence.
fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mm-hmm.
Officer Bagley
What she's doing here is the things that Andrew listed. I see what she's doing here. She's retarded. The things that Andrew listed, he sees that he thinks that they all count individually as overwhelming evidence.
Right.
That's what she's doing here. She is
Yeah.
absolutely retarded. Wow, man.
Yep. That's exactly her strategy here. So
That is so dumb.
yeah.
So she doesn't think, as Andrew and every other normal rational person thinks, that you add evidence together to arrive at a conclusion. She
Well,
thinks every single thing that she listed is seen as overwhelming evidence by itself.
What gets me with Andrew is the fact that your debate with him, I asked Andrew for any of his evidence to back up the claims he made. And he was very clear that you don't need any evidence to back up the claims you made because he's just making a logical argument. Although in this very debate, he says you have to have evidence to back up any logical claim you make. I'm going to be clipping that into a short very shortly.
So you're saying Andrew Wilson is not consistent?
He is not consistent. Although he definitely got the better of Candace, I'd say, in this. Absolutely.
Nice.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these.
Patrick, but David cannot hear what is being said because he's too much focused on how amazing Candace is.
Inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no,
Well-
you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm
but
just saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address
I
what
mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it.
I have to say, this is, as much as I've watched the debate so far, and so far this is a terrible debate, man.
So
This
I
is
think
a
this is
terrible
how
debate.
I think this is how they have it structured. The first half is Candace asking questions of Andrew's position.
Yeah.
The second half is Andrew asking Candace questions about her position. It's kind of a weird format, in my opinion, for a debate, but okay, we'll go ahead and go with that. The bad news is in any sort of debate like this, your strongest position is when you're on the attack, which this is Candace's strongest position right now.
But this is just such self-absorbed garbage. It's like the debate is supposed to be about whether Tyler Robinson is guilty or Patsy, and they have spent 15 minutes talking about whether he actually believed such a thing at some point or not.
That way.
Yeah.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what
claim.
you said.
Oh my God.
That's not actually, in fact, what's been demonstrated. At least all the evidence, to my knowledge.
You get a skip past him getting smoked
This
by
is going
Kansas.
to get so bad.
Anything that's compelling is an alternative.
This is the best part, man.
I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence.
Okay, that is
my
good.
Position.
That is
That's what
good.
you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair to for me to
She's
ask?
still on the tweet.
Is that the-
She's still on the tweet.
She hyper focuses on one thing and one thing only. She has no other vision.
Dude.
This is case of tunnel
So this
vision.
is what she wants to do. She just wants to do a oh, I got you on this one thing. Hey, you said you didn't do this, and you actually can you just admit that you actually did do this? She's not even focusing on the debate topic.
The only
Evidence.
tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just gonna throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it,
Mhm.
and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
I was going to say something, but I think he's about to explain it because I saw a clip. Let's play this for a second.
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
That took a while.
It's not
Pulling teeth.
1 hour to get there, but we got there.
staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson?
Hang
So it's
on.
not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this.
Even in court, you can refer to that person as Tyler Robinson if you are under the assumption, or if you have concluded that it is indeed Tyler Robinson. You don't have to, with certain proof, demonstrate that it is Tyler Robinson. But if you have come to the strong conclusion that it is Tyler Robinson based on evidence, you can very, very much assert that it is Tyler Robinson.
seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
think
it.
that's
By the
not
way,
right.
Pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're gonna
had
see me
some
in the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
See, that's all great. Those are all great reasons. You add them all together, and that's how you come to a conclusion. That's
how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, explanatory scope, right? It's accounting for multiple pieces of evidence and so on.
Exactly. You take multiple pieces of evidence that support each other, with which you arrive at a conclusion. Candace Owens has just heard how this whole thing works.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that
that was actually funny. She just misspoke and said tweeted. And he jumped on her. He didn't tweet it.
But even here, she's misquoting what Andrew just actually said. Andrew said, "You can see me on the security footage." He never said that. Tyler said, "You can see me in the staircase."
And that's the word game she wants to play.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, where
No, that's
How does she want
why-
to? How does she want to fact check on that?
Yeah, that's what I was
who
gonna
has seen
say.
it, everybody who has seen the messages has seen that, man.
Yeah. So there's only a couple of reasons why she would actually say fact check that, because she must know she's been covering this case since the beginning. So why would she want to fact check on that?
I've never focused on that, but I know very clearly. I remember very clearly that he said that in those messages. She's supposed to have gone through that.
And prove it. Bring the receipts. Fact check.
My theory would be that she's trying to overwhelm the fact checkers. There's going to be too much for them to go through, so they're going to have to cherry pick what they actually fact check.
Why does Candace look like a zombie here?
Actually, what Lance
Candace has got one of those faces.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary.
She is right now once again misrepresenting how this works. His boyfriend said that he's near certain or almost sure that it is Tyler Robinson on the footage. This is evidence. Then we have him coming out of the car, which is clearly his car. That is evidence. We have him on multiple scenes of footage appearing in the same way that looks like him, has his size, his length, his appearance. That is evidence. We have that same shape going onto a building where his DNA is found. That is evidence. All of that pulled together for Andrew, for somebody like Andrew, for somebody like me, is overwhelming evidence that it was Tyler Robinson. Of course, when Lance Twiggs says, "I'm almost sure that it's Tyler Robinson," that is not comparable to putting all of the evidence together and then saying there's overwhelming evidence that it is him.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is if you show Lance Twiggs footage of this, and that's all you're going on is just the footage, it would probably be like me, be like, looks like him, Fitz, when you combine it with all the other evidence, then that's a different story. Andrew's combining it with all the other evidence. But what was she saying? What was she saying right there that what Lance said wouldn't be admissible in court? What the heck was she talking about there? I'm trying to think of anything he was saying that wouldn't be admissible in court.
Like to understand why Andrew Wilson is errors. Again, pointing out the absurdity. He wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked.
Oh, okay.
Were
just the way they're asking the questions.
Okay.
But that is even on its own, it is very compelling to like, this is like their boyfriends. For him to be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's him. It's not like, that's not like a small thing. Like, it's like, yeah, I'm almost certain that's the person that, I live with and their partners or whatever, whatever kind of sinful relationship they have, whatever. But it's like, that's not like a small thing to like, just wink at or something. It's like someone's wife saying, I'm pretty sure that's my husband. I'm almost certain I'm almost certain that's my husband. It's like, that's not like, that's not like, something that's like not an important thing. But then you pile it with other pieces of evidence. I'm sorry, other pieces of evidences, and then other evidence, and then you that's how you come to a conclusion. But it's not like a small thing in and of itself either. Like, I don't think.
Leading questions, Rule 611, Utah. Leading questions should not be used on direct examination except as necessary to develop the witness's testimony. Ordinarily, the court should allow leading questions on cross-examinations and when a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified with an adverse party. Okay. So leading questions are allowed.
Yeah.
And again, we're not
she's
talking
full
about
of
an actual trial yet.
I think she's talking about if there were leading questions when they were questioning or interrogating or something like that. Maybe that wouldn't be admissible. And I don't know the situation there, but I'm guessing they would just repeat their questions in court.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if there were leading questions that are inadmissible, that the court would shut it down.
Yeah. And I mean, even in court, you could say, and when we asked you this, do you recall responding this, and read out the response and stuff like that? And do you still stand by that? That's I don't know what the heck she's talking about here.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
that's possible
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation.
Well, nobody cares about your opinion, Candace.
Of his constitutional
Hey,
rights.
AP, there's a section where Steven Crowder brought up like a lawyer to kind of explain this. If you want to look for that part, I can find the. I'll find the timestamp for you while you got this.
Thank you. I would really appreciate that. Actually.
Yeah.
Cross-examined him, but I understand Utah 1102. Do what you do. It's all hearsay, but to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well.
Yo. She's talking about use immunity. I don't think she knows what she's talking about there as well. That's where we're going to testify, but we agree that nothing you testify about can be used against you if we decide to go after you. And what that means is if you were saying something and you were implicated somehow or something like that, they'd have to get the evidence some other way based not just on your testimony. She's saying this means he could just get up there and lie all he wants. No, you wouldn't. That would be perjury. The use immunity would mean if you inadvertently or you're talking and you let something out that could possibly implicate you as being involved, we can't use your testimony against you. We would have to establish that on other grounds or something like that.
Yeah, I just checked that as well. Yeah, so if you go up there and lie, you're still in trouble.
Yeah.
Let's see what Lance Twiggs actually said here on that day.
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So
notice.
It definitely, especially
wears hats.
The bottom, the last two definitely do look like him.
Definitely do look like him. Eric took his hat off. Nice.
You look like Tyler Robinson.
You have no evidence of that.
Only one guilty person on our panel here.
You talked about that with your friends, right? This is like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I talked. I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that
So notice what Lance Twiggs is saying here. So they're the shoes, the sunglasses, the jeans, and overall it looks like him. The bottom almost definitely looks like him. So it wasn't just the jeans and the shoes. And there is a general sense of, identifying somebody from a picture, from footage. And, if you have, I don't know, David Wood walking around there in those clothes versus if you have Jai walking around in those clothes, it's pretty difficult to say just because they're wearing the same clothes, it's the same person.
The body shape is completely different.
Yeah. Why is this quiet?
There you go.
Okay.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut, express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you
judge,
didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of the.
Okay, I'm checking the transcript right now. I don't want to read the entire thing or listen to the entire thing either. But the defense, after the whole testimony by Lance Twiggs, brings up that they make their objection and say that this goes into hearsay, which is why they object to the admitting of this interview as evidence. Then the prosecution makes their case. The judge then concludes with the following. Wait, Mr. McBride, that's all fine, but it's inviting the court to weigh the evidence. That's the whole point. The inferences are done in the state's favor, and the court is not to weigh even contrary evidence. Judge then says, okay, well, in regards to whether the objections have been waived or not, the court as a magistrate bears the ultimate responsibility to ensuring that this hearing is a probable cause standard. And so that's a responsibility that as a magistrate I take seriously. I understand the arguments from the parties. I'm going to overrule the objection. So the judge overrules the objection by the defense that this is just hearsay and should not be admitted. That's what actually happened during the trial. She takes the defense's claim that this is hearsay and therefore should be dismissed as clear evidence that it is hearsay and should therefore be thrown out. But the judge here overrules the objection in that very same hearing.
So what you're saying is she was right.
Those things are not going to be allowed, right?
She wasn't right about a single thing she has said so far. That's incredible.
It gets worse.
Witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
So by the way, the poll, I made a poll at the beginning of this live stream, which as I just, what the hell, we've been live for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
I've been live for 8 hours. So is Jai.
The poll was, did Andrew Wilson win and destroy Candace? So far, the poll results are yes, 49%, no, 20%, and didn't watch or don't know, 31%. So nearly 49% of this audience believes that Andrew Wilson won and destroyed Candace Owens, whereas only 20% says no, he did not win and destroy. There you go. Thereby, it is now decided and determined. This is the proof. Andrew Wilson destroyed Candace Owens.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
but
crazy.
these are the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to
Wow, she's really sticking to this.
You should have explained everything there. You see, you should have considered every single thing that you consider as supporting evidence.
Anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even though all of this information.
Glenn John says, David Wood, are you prepared for dire? He will try to use humor to demean you. Christians are only saved by faith alone. Romans 4:5. Otherwise, it's null 11:6.
Oh yeah, I'm really scared of being demeaned and Jay Dyer using humor.
And on that note, Dyer disagrees with Andrew Wilson on this topic. He made, yeah.
Ortho Wars.
Ortho Wars. Yeah, Ortho Wars. No, he tweeted about not I don't know if it was in Candace's favor, but he was basically insinuating that I can just pull it. I'll just pull it up. I'll show you. If you know what I'm talking about, AP.
I haven't watched it, but I know that
No,
Jay Dyer
I mean,
said. I know that Jay Dyer said both sides are wrong or something like that.
So is that all he said? I thought it was worse.
I don't know. By the way, just a public service announcement here. Orthodox Christianity does not believe in works-based salvation or anything like that.
But you believe that Candace Owens is right about everything. Yeah, smart. What?
Orthodox Christianity also believes that you are saved by grace through
a
faith.
Combination of your meritorious works, which earn your place in heaven because of your great deeds.
No.
Like Jay Dyer.
Works don't earn salvation. That is one of the clearest things that is in Orthodox Christianity. That works in no way can earn you salvation. You can work as much as you want, you don't earn your salvation. Salvation is through faith, by the grace of God.
Then why does every single orthobro instantly want to debate and argue right after Sola Scriptura? It's grace alone.
Because it is about justification, and so Orthodox.
No, that's what Protestants say. You're a Protestant. You're a Protestant who thinks he's Orthodox. You're like Dave Chappelle when he played a black white supremacist. What?
No, I'm saying the discussion is about justification, and not that's what Orthodox argue. Orthodox Christianity would argue that you have to present not in order to earn salvation, but that there would be a synergy in order to respond to the free gift of salvation. You would properly respond with good actions, good works.
That's what Protestants would say.
Not that it earns you salvation. It doesn't earn you salvation. You see, AP is a Protestant. They debate within a debate.
Apostate Protestant.
I think lots of the times when Protestants argue against Orthodox, they confuse Orthodox with Roman Catholicism post 1400s or something.
I guess all your orthobros also confuse themselves with Catholics because they instantly, oh yeah, what are you saying? Just faith alone? Yeah, what? What?
AP's forgetting Orthodox Church thinks you have to attend to keep salvation. Attend what?
Ooh.
Okay, so here's the tweet. He says, "Note." Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh,
what are you saying?
You go.
Note: I do not believe the official story, and I think certain Middle East places had a motive, but I don't think Candace argued well. So, what do you think he's saying there? He thinks Israel's involved?
That sounds like Candace is right, but she didn't lay out the powerful case that Jay Dyer would have laid out. You know what we need now? Jay Dyer versus Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Ortho Wars.
So note he also says he doesn't think that she argued it well, but he elsewhere says that she actually won the debate on like rhetoric and crowd appeal. But he just doesn't think she did. So he's basically saying I could do a better job arguing it, right? That's what he's saying. But yeah, I can't share the tweet with you because he blocked me. But you can pull it up if you want to find it.
You see, this is the proof.
This is proof. I'm getting paid by the Ortho Bros because he blocked me.
You see.
I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find?
Oh my God, they're still on this freaking tweet.
We want to do a quick.
They can't stop arguing about the freaking tweet, man.
Try to find the part about like the parents. I think that's a really interesting part.
This is such a stupid.
I think that's after the break.
Is it after the break? Okay.
It's after the break. It's after when Andrew can start asking questions of Candace. But it's funny to watch Candace run immediately when Andrew's like, okay, I can ask a question. Oh, we got to limit this to only on this one specific topic the way I want it to be done. Oh, man.
Hey, by the way, I don't know what you guys think about this, but Steven Crowder was making a point with this "we'll be right back" thing, and he thought that this is like really lazy for a PBD to do this, and he thought that he was making a point that like if you're really invested in the audience and the viewers, you're going to be putting your own ads. You're not just going to be like "we'll be right back" or something.
Well, there's that, and it's always longer than what they say. We'll be back in 3 minutes, and it's like 15 minutes later they get back.
12 minutes later.
Dude, we have had debates, especially you and I, David. We have had so many debates with people. Do you ever remember that we were like, oh no, we've already debated for 1 hour. This is unbearable. Now we have to go take a long break to recover. Otherwise, how can we survive?
That sounds like it may have been like requested by Candace. Hey, we need breaks so I can run ads or something like that.
Well, that or Andrew, because let's be honest, we're not seeing Andrew smoke very often in this.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I think Candace is pregnant too, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, she might need pee breaks then.
You see, this is the truth. This is the proof and the truth, you see.
By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support those business
Good for you.
with your friends and
Good for
family.
you.
Conversations like
Why are you playing this?
Media hates to
Good
back
for you.
in 30
Good for you.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three.
This is so funny. They're railing against mainstream media. Candace Owens is worse than mainstream media. She's basically everything that people hated about mainstream media. She's that in the new media.
Pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so we want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are. It's just going to be.
Andrew had a stream earlier, says Good Machine, where he went over the debate, didn't catch all of it, but he admitted he didn't go very hard on her, not in the Zut sense. His explanation was that she would shut down, not in the Zut sense, and stopped talking. I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that either.
I don't buy that either.
Yeah.
That would have again. That would have been victory for Andrew. That would have been viewed as victory because everyone, tons of people are just who's coming across as stronger and more dominant. If she shuts down, you win that part of the debate.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the clip of her running away. Oh, hey, I haven't seen him in a while. The clip of her running away at all from the debate would be, I mean, that would be worth it all right there for Andrew just to take and post.
Aircher says, do you guys ever take bathroom breaks on your streams? Well, I always pee on the floor while I'm live streaming because I don't have the time, which is why like the floor is always like very yellow here.
Yeah, I just go all over my chair. You got to go with the flow.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Like you've seen me get up twice to just go ahead and pee and eat because I was hungry, because I was live before. But sometimes, nope. You just sit there for 4 hours like a boss, and then you have to pee like crazy afterwards. That's life. And sometimes you just pee in a bottle, pee in a cup, whatever, because you don't want to interrupt the flow.
You see, this is kind of funny. I know some of it is a joke, but some of it is not. But it is very telling to me that some people are surprised to hear this. But that is the Orthodox position. It is that you are not that. Salvation is entirely unearned through actions, but that you are to respond. The word synergy is usually used in Orthodox Christianity, that you act in synergy in response to the free gift of salvation. That is basically it, that you don't earn salvation.
The testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid, and I have not heard.
Black Angel, I know you say same as Catholics, but we all know that that in the Roman Catholic Church, you go to hell if you don't go to Mass on Sunday.
Yeah, this is very interesting here. I'm finding out that Catholics and Orthodox are all basically Protestants. Oh, who knew?
Oh no, you could literally buy your way to heaven, and you go to hell if you don't attend mass. Like,
yep, Black Angel buying indulgences.
I mean, one thing that both Protestants and Orthodox can be sure about is that. Anyway, I'll leave it at
Protestant. Yeah, we had the Protestant Eastern Orthodox alliance going on.
Eastern Orthodox.
So the dumb Orthobros ruined it.
Yeah. David would admit it to pissing into a bottle. He's a G. Yeah, David would usually goes into a bottle. I just go on the floor. Yeah.
Bottle, cup, whatever works. Whatever works, man.
See.
Any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned? The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware.
No. Yeah, same as Roman Catholics. Is a synergy. No, you don't go to hell. Yes, you do. It is in the catechism. It is a deadly sin. You are condemned to hell.
Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages. The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this
feels off. It feels off, guys.
Above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson.
That's the best evidence. It
Black
just
Angel,
feels weird.
Yeah. So this picture is blurry. The text feel weird. It's like, come on.
Black Angel, I'm just kidding. I love you guys only a little bit less than I love Protestants.
Wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it, so he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to.
I do not think that Tyler Robinson was actually believed that he was going to get away with it. So I'm pretty sure he went there to get arrested or to die.
I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because.
You know what I always find so funny? So the idea is, it can't be Tyler Robinson because he said, I was there. You can see me on the footage because it's a bit too on the nose. Okay. Your alternative theory is that this is a genius plot, by people arranged to frame Tyler Robinson, right? Yeah, it was a genius plot. And those people, of course, with this genius plot send really dumb on-the-nose messages.
Yeah, that's total nonsense. These government agencies, they have people who can sound like anything, right? When they're trying to lure in a sex predator, they know exactly how to sound like an 11-year-old boy or an 11-year-old girl in these back and forth complete with like misspellings, grammatical mistakes, and so on. All the slang terms that are used by that age group and so on. They know how to do all of that stuff. So the idea, Tyler Robinson, this doesn't sound like something that he would say. Something sounds off. Okay, then the people who are setting him up, even though they have this brilliant international coalition of people involved, they can't get someone to make it sound the way it's supposed to sound. Okay, so you would need to explain that. With that said, you got a couple things at work here. Tyler Robinson would seem to know that, if he actually gets away with it, okay, it doesn't matter what messages he sent to his boyfriend. If he gets away with it, okay, I sent some text messages. My boyfriend's not going to run out and snitch on me. Then I've gotten away with it. So there's that too. This would have been something he's proud of, right? This is something he's proud of to his boyfriend. Hey, I stood up for the entire community and shot this guy. It's not something that you wouldn't want anyone to know about it. You don't want to get caught, but you might want your boyfriend to know about this. You're taking out Charlie Kirk, right? You'd want someone to know about it. You just did this in your mind. Great thing. So you have those kinds of things. Candace, because I remember when this was happening, but this doesn't sound like something a guy this age was. He's probably a pretty weird dude, so I don't know how well you can predict exactly what he sounds like.
Yeah.
But in addition to all of that, there's a completely reasonable possibility. If you think this confession sounds weird and contrived and not natural, there's a completely plausible explanation that Lance Twiggs was involved and that Tyler Robinson is writing this big confession.
Right.
So that to throw people off the idea that Lance Twiggs is involved. In other words, if I'm committing a crime and I'm conspiring with another person, and I know that if I get caught, I will definitely get caught, and I want to make sure nothing is connected to that person. That's exactly the sort of plan you'd come up with. I will send a confession to this person who's going, "What? That's you? Oh my goodness, what?" That's exactly how you would do it. And beyond all of this, guys, if you're not an experienced criminal, you usually make blunders like this.
Yeah.
That's exactly the impression that I got when I saw the text, that he was just trying to, like, that he probably was involved. Lance probably was involved, and that he was trying to, like you said, just make it seem like he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. It could be very well arranged that he's supposed to send those messages to make himself look surprised. Very, very much.
Now, real quick here. Did you catch that she lied? Did you catch that Candace lied? They used bold-faced lies here.
Candace lied? What
Yep.
the heck? No way.
Remember that she was one of the reasons why she rejects these text messages is because he even says that he would be seen on the cameras on campus. But earlier, when Andrew brought that up, she acted like she'd never heard that before. And she said she never heard that.
Huh.
But that's one of her primary reasons for rejecting these text messages.
A full.
Oh yeah, she did say that earlier. She did, like, what? I don't remember him saying that.
Just go, this is very weird. We're being told this, are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense, and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like, he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It
right there
on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that, because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which
Literally nothing about that is weird. Nothing about that is weird, especially if he thinks he can trust Lance Twiggs, if he's a little bit naive, which he apparently was, or if it's a setup to exonerate Lance Twiggs entirely. None of it is weird in any way.
Yep. It's more likely that he's just a patsy in Israel and France.
And any variation of those would be far more plausible than international plot of masterminds setting up this guy, and that's what they came up with.
Yeah.
Twiggs spilled the beans, made a deal. That reminds me of this movie that I watched called The Lighthouse, where Willem Dafoe.
Hark!
That was one of the best movies I've watched in a while, man.
I still only watched like 2 YouTube clips of that, but that
because-
was one of the most legendary scenes ever. That was based on a true story too, man.
Because I sent the clip to you there. That's why you watched it, right?
No, I know.
Yeah.
That was hilarious, man.
I loved that film, man.
like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is.
This is so dumb.
What on God's earth is she off on?
Look, Tyler Robinson clearly strikes everyone as an extraordinarily weird person. It is actually very common for extraordinarily weird people to have also extraordinary means of communicating with others and to appear strangely mature and precise in their texting. I know this as a fact.
How would you know that?
No, that's something that could actually be tested just by going through tons of text messages and stuff by him.
I have to admit, I was also always a little bit weird, which is why when my peers wrote these texts in weird teenage language, I was writing like a scholar, and I thought it was kind of weird in hindsight. So
one of the things that she said is so weird is like he engraved things on the bullet casing, which, I mean, for a gamer, that happens. You get Call of Duty, you've got other first-person shooters. Yeah, that's part of the game as well, is you engrave things on the bullet casings. So I don't see where her issue is, other than the fact she has no clue what she's talking about.
you see, she's too old to understand us Gen Z. You see.
Yes, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You
just heard it. You don't understand the younger generation, you old rag.
Feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here, because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us
now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID.
I'm going to say something very unpopular, but and I'm going to back this up with I'm going to just blame Jordan Peterson, because he's very popular for making similar statements. But it is very much based on patterns and statistics. But it is very often a woman's way of reasoning. The whole just going by your intuitions.
And that's why Muhammad said that women are intellectually deficient.
It is not exclusively a woman's thing to do. Lots of people also think that way and react that way. But it is a very common way of reasoning or of approaching or of thinking. Often, I don't know, among usually more often women who, especially of those women who don't concern themselves very much with, scholarly stuff and all that. It's like, oh, I just have a feeling. I just have an intuition about this. I have encountered people like this very often. This is not supposed to be a criticism. It's not supposed to be an insult. It's not supposed to be in any way.
Orthobro confirmed.
But it's a very common thing. Oh, I just don't feel like. I just have an intuition.
AP about to start debating OnlyFans models.
I just have an intuition, and my intuitions are usually very strong. And this is often her way of reasoning. My intuitions are very strong. My intuition just tells me that something is off. That is not a good way of reasoning. If you think this way, you should probably not put yourself forward as a person who should be there arguing, the legalities or anything.
No, I'm gonna. I actually I in part agree with Candace on this, that you could be reading something and just something is off and you don't know exactly what it is. Something just sounds like it's off. But Andrew's right that you then have to kind of test that against the evidence and so on and see, you still have to go with your intuition tells you you're wrong about this. It's good. You should
Al said,
apologize
my
also."
intuition tells me you're wrong about this. You should apologize to us women.
Yeah.
I
So anyway,
apologize.
it does
I'm not
make
sure about
sense.
that one.
Like cops would call it a hunch. It's just, I got a hunch there's something going on here. I got a hunch that this is the case or something like that. But you do need to bring in the evidence. Now, here's the thing. When it's someone like Candace, you really can't trust the intuition because she's someone who decides based on who she's mad at, what the situation is. And so there are certain people who their feelings so overwhelm them that no matter what the evidence is, they're gonna pin it on whoever they happen to be mad at, and that's what their intuition is conveniently going to be telling them. And so, yeah, you got issues there.
There was a study done, I think it was in Israel, and they tested like what time
The Jews. Why would you trust the Jews?
what time
the
of
Jews
day-
control this conversation?
Yeah, I believe it was in Israel. I could be mistaken, but they were testing like legal theory, like some sort of legal theory, which was that if you were tried before lunchtime, you were more likely to get a guilty verdict. And so because you know what you think of the law, it's like something. This is like, okay, the law is the law. Like there's no like it's there's not like emotion involved. It's like did you break the law or not? It doesn't matter if the judge is hungry or not, right? But actually, they concluded that no. And I think there was like a counter study done on this as well. I don't know if there's like counter evidence against this, but they were basically saying that emotion and how someone feels does impact your judgment on things more than we realize. And so they were able to find like examples of if the judge was hungry and he'd be more likely to give you a guilty verdict or something.
And that's why whenever you're doing a conference and you're speaking, you do not want to be the guy who's speaking right before lunch.
Yes.
It's the same principle.
But I heard Joe Rogan and Cat Williams say that whenever they do like a podcast, they never eat before the podcast. They like always, but for me, I can't do that. I feel like I have to. Anyway, I'm going off on.
If a rail says I'm a woman and not offended, you are right. See, all women agree with me.
Wow, one woman agrees.
All women agree with me. Canadian Sorcerer said, "Can you describe international guerrillas again?" No. Did he describe that? International guerrillas. Tapping the vein. Not only did Andrew Wilson fail to dominate Kenneth Owens, this should have been a breakout performance for him to be a major figure on the right. Missed opportunity. I still think he got some of it. He did go big, and
that's making a good point, though, right? If you're gonna like put hundreds of thousands of dollars into something, it's got to be because, hey, I'm going to crush this person and then be like the top debater on our side or something like that.
I mean, you see how Wes Huff, he got one opportunity to confront this one loony
You only
guy,
get one shot,
and he completely blew up and is now a major celebrity in the Christian scholar apologetics preaching scene. And
I know. Right? I mean, most people didn't even know him, and all of a sudden he skyrockets the pot. And think about this. Think about the message. Total dork, like absolute nerd. Like he sounds like a nerd. And then everything else is like, it's a nerd's fantasy about what would be cool. Like he'll post videos of himself swinging a samurai sword, and that's what every freaking 12-year-old nerd wanted to do. You're just... And so anyway, you got this total nerd, and then he becomes like most popular apologist in the world stuff, just from one like crushing defeat of a person.
So Wes,
AP has a sword. You have a sword.
Yeah, Wes Huff blew up, and now nobody cares about David Wood anymore. So. Robert DeMichael says, "Yeah, I love you, Eric." David Wood, I'm in HVAC, and the venting in your room is insane.
HVAC.
It's insane. David, did you hear that?
Uh-oh, he's getting the sword.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the vents there I have to they make noise, but there are vents that don't make noise. So I got to figure that one out.
Yeah, but we can't hear we can't hear them though.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering once we're all set up and we have the mics set up and stuff and we have the mics adjusted, I'm wondering if the mics will pick them up, because we have pretty decent Shure mics and stuff here, so we'll have to see. If you can hear it, then we'll have to adjust accordingly.
Uh-oh.
Somebody talking trash about swords, man.
Imagine grown men being like, "Oh, you know what'd be cool? I'll get a sword."
Yeah, come at me, man.
He's got 2 swords.
I got 2 swords, man. In case of David Wood's hypothetical murder, I claim dibs on the hillbillophobia. Ain't no one be stealing my ID. Says yes, Missy Good. The Turkish army was like, "Hey, AP, let's go roast marshmallows." AP, I can't. My stomach hurts. Karen Fisher. Maybe Andrew Wilson has spent too much time talking to OF girls on his whatever podcast and hasn't had a rational conversation in a while. Well, that doesn't really make sense considering that he's not having a rational conversation.
Yeah, that's not exactly the most rational conversation.
So, V the Penguin. Unrelated AP, you need to get different Yoshi colors.
Do you think Turning Point should have been more involved than they were? I know they gave him some like texts and stuff like that, but like, isn't it kind of this was kind of like an important debate that for like the public opinion, I think, right? Like if he did what he like what we all were hoping he would do, this would have like destroyed a large part of our movement. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they could have like made him do that, but they could have like made sure he got.
Well, you don't even know. They might have been trying super hard, and there just wasn't enough time to cover enough things. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. It could be. That could be the case, but I don't know. I feel like there were certain points where he just seemed unaware of. Like she did this whole thing towards the end about like the 7 charges, and it was like a huge gotcha, and it was like it doesn't prove anything. Like it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
But still, it had like a big impact on the audience.
Well, she also makes the claim. So it's the question of how much do they want to be involved, and at the same time, how much do they want to give her as an out of just blaming this all on Turning Point? Because I mean, she already tried to do that in this, even with Turning Point having as little influence on this as possible, where she's just basically claiming that he's just there as basically a tool of Turning Point to get her to shut up. So, I mean, I'm not sure. It's a hard call, in my opinion, from the perspective look for that.
It is indeed.
Yeah. Oh, got a Turkish sword.
I want to watch this one section still. I want to continue until we get to the family and anonymous sources point, but I want to take a few super chats here quickly. David, what's the reason behind the choice for this debate format like the structured MDD? This one supports ranters the worst as Oxford, though. What do you think? Correct.
He didn't even answer.
You mean what's the reason for the format they chose here?
I actually prefer this one. This type of debate.
I think they probably both preferred that kind of format rather than like opening statements and rebuttals and things like that.
When Candace yeps on and 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 on, it reminds me of the teenage moms on Jerry Springer. I love my baby and gonna take care of my baby if she cold. Yeah, exactly. Shake Rock says,
"You're like, there's no way I'm reading this."
Yeah, Candace is pushing
isn't
almost.
Isn't there like a Turkish word? Like this like super long Turkish word that's like a, it's like. Let me get it for you.
Are you confusing it with German? Because there's a super long German word.
No, I think it's either Irish or Scottish. A place name that's.
I remember. There's a super long Turkish word.
Yeah,
which is,
the one with 75 letters or 80.
Yeah. Which is
anyway. It reminded me of that. That's like no spaces.
Candace is pushing almost double level conspiracy. I have to say she's actually worse. Fox McCloud, he has a French accent. This is true. She's drumming on purpose. The point is winning. Yes. I just want to point out that there are more evidence to prove Taylor Robinson is guilty than there is evidence to prove Candace is not a man. This is correct. Mike Roach Winger, Salwa Mumika was taken down by Israel because his was having second thoughts about opposing Islam. You see. Christian, why is Christian Gaffler not up here, man?
That's what I actually just
yeah, we have a freaking lawyer.
Yeah.
We have a freaking lawyer on call. And he don't even he shows up in the chat like any other dork.
Why are you in the chat? Why are you not here on the panel, dude? You're supposed to be advising us on law stuff. You're literally a freaking lawyer.
Yeah, man.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with
that,
you, Christian?
With that said, that's a weird dude,
Utah
man.
law.
Yeah. It's probably the worst lawyer to have.
The Bible is a lie. We all just come from aliens. Alien. Jesus.
Fox McCloud. Again, there's more evidence.
Hey, did you see a song about Elijah?
Moore didn't marry.
Did you see a song about Elijah?
No, I didn't.
You have to wait. We should pause right now, do a commercial break, and listen to a song on Elijah.
No. I want to finish this live stream.
Or we'll just go to this.
I want to finish this live stream.
I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching the trial, I would say,
you guys catch that? You guys catch what she's saying right now? Conspiracy of influencers, right? Because after the hearing and stuff, so many influencers said the evidence is overwhelming. Isn't it interesting that all these influencers started? Well, first of all, who are you expecting to respond? That's what influencers do, right? They respond to the big story of the day. But yeah, I mean, overwhelming. If you looked at the evidence and you're like, whoa, that is a lot of evidence there. I've been hearing there's some weird theories out there, but that is a lot of evidence. Seems pretty natural to use the word overwhelming. And then she looks at that, you see all these guys are being paid. All these guys are being paid by Turning Point or Israel or whatever as part of this big conspiracy. Everyone's in on it.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only person who's not being paid.
Well, it depends. Do you say overwhelming?
Me neither, man. What the heck? Why are we the only guys who aren't getting paid?
Are you guys?
I'll say, look, guys. Hey, whoever's writing the checks, I'll say overwhelming 9,000 times, man.
7,000.
No, these guys who pay everyone, they're probably like, David Wood and AP. They're stupid. They're going to say all these things anyway. We don't need to pay them.
Yeah, they'll say these dummies say it for free, but we have to pay the other people.
At all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay.
Like they're going to die from being overwhelmed. That's actually fun.
How do you know that?
Aside, just getting to the substance. Parking that aside. Aside, just a general intuition. Sometimes I write text messages.
Okay, that's her intuition.
From the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and can't tell you Candace messages. Could there be someone who logged into Mario? I maybe the prophecy that is friend to convince text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling,
oh my gosh, you can't even answer a freaking question without telling a whole life story
on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession.
What kind of shoes is
I thought I would
Patrick by David wearing?
I was hoping never to tell you.
He sells his own shoes, I think.
And then we're being that he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted
they don't look too fancy.
Hard enough first time footage, and it didn't pass the sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more.
Oh, here it is. AP, you got it here.
That you thought that your kid was innocent. Wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you
wait, there was a lead up to this.
Hey, I didn't actually.
Okay, let's just listen to it, man.
No,
He didn't
he did lead up.
He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
confronted that's part
him?
Of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there, he then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't truly the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct them?
You don't need a statement from the parents saying, "Oh yes, I believe it was him," when you literally have the parents turn him in with the sheriff. I don't understand what kind of point she's trying to make here.
It's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that?
A thing not in dispute. These are all things.
Wait, before we get to the fact checks here. Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, hi everybody.
Hello.
What's up?
The worst lawyer on the planet has arrived to give us his opinions.
Do you just have some Chinese food or something?
Everything I say, just if you're a lawyer, do the opposite.
Gotcha.
So,
I tried to defend Mike Winger one time. It did not go well. It's a disaster.
What's up, Christian Gadfly? It's good to have you here.
I got this text. I was already in bed. I'm like, oh man, my wife's gonna kill me tomorrow. She's gonna be like, why are you so tired? You can't even barely watch the baby. It's like, well, something came up.
So what are you here to say? Make your
Well, I
case.
wanted to respond to David, but he has himself muted.
What do you want, man? What do you want to know? Well, if you wanted to respond to me, what does that have to do with me being muted?
I was just going to say that.
I have to know what you're saying if I'm going to respond to you.
If I wanted you to know, I'd be unmuted.
Oh, okay. Well, keep your secrets to yourself then.
All right. So anything about what's being said so far? What has been said so far in the debate? Is there anything you want to comment on, Christian Gadfly?
Man, I have nothing to contribute.
You're doing a fantastic job here.
That's him in court. The prosecutor's like, and on that note, I rest my airtight case. Christian Gadfly, how would you respond? I don't really have anything here. I don't know what to say. That was pretty compelling. I don't know, man. I got nothing here.
No further questions.
Object. Objection, Your Honor. I object to myself.
If I say anything else, my wife's going to kill me anyway. Is that your blood?
This?
Yeah.
That's just paint. It's been accused of so many things today. One of my friends was like, what were you eating? It's paint. But it says #1 dad.
Oh, that's nice.
Can we get a fact check on that?
Well, my fact checker's asleep upstairs right now, but she would love to fact check me on everything I say.
Wow, all right. Let's watch this here. Continue. I'm going to end this after this last fact check here. Although there's some more stuff
that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying,
right? Hey, look. Yeah, little side note along those lines, right? So she's saying, Tyler Robinson, this doesn't sound like it's from Tyler Robinson. Why would he be giving this grand confession? maybe someone else was logged in. So the messages actually would be from his phone or from his account. Maybe someone else was there on his account. So they needed to be ready for all that, right? So, okay, he's going to be assassinated. Then we're going to make sure this guy's having a stake somewhere while we set him up and post his stuff all over his phone. And just hopefully the boyfriend and the family all fall into line and it all lines up with everything else. And like that's the thing. It's like, I always see the issue that they're pointing out. Hey, this guy sounds weird. This guy sounds weird when he's texting. Okay, I agree. That does sound weird. What's your conclusion? This massive conspiracy of all these people who are okay. That seems less probable.
Israel killed him.
That seems less probable. All that deranged conspiracy. That seems less probable than this guy texts weird. Okay,
Well,
guess what? There are people who text weird. Anyway.
Well, he texts weird, therefore Israel killed him.
Doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging,
I
Doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
That was pretty damning.
Ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media
Yes.
this is not.
Yeah. So
well, what I did not.
This is a huge contradiction in what her.
Good point.
Huge contradiction.
Wait, all of you should be quiet. Christian Gaffley, what do you think about this?
I got nothing.
I feel like the kid who wasn't paying attention in class and the teacher calls on him, you know. She's saying some stuff and he's saying stuff back. And she's probably wrong because she usually is.
That's a good point.
And it's late at night.
Yeah, Christian Gadfly's like, just because the blood's on my shirt doesn't mean I did the crime, Your Honor.
Hey, Jen Kojo, how you doing? What's up? It's good to see you here.
Hey, the other Jenk.
Candace has zero evidence. She just blames the Jews. She blames the Jews for the weather as well. Well, to be fair, Jews are kind of to blame for the weather.
But 1 second here, just on what was said there. I mean, that is pretty damning statement there. If your own parents are like, yeah, that's him. Oh, yeah, that's so totally him. Yeah. And then the parents don't come out afterwards and ever say anything to contradict that.
Well, it's because they were warned. It's because they're being threatened. They can only talk to Candace's anonymous sources. Didn't you pay attention?
That's the issue with the conspiracy theories. If your conspiracy requires like 2 or 3 or 4 people or one organization or something like that, that's one thing. But now you need like the medical examiner is in on it. The parents are somehow in on it. The boyfriend's in on it. Israel's in on it. The French Foreign Legion, the FBI. It's like, is anyone not in on this conspiracy, Candace? Because it looks like you and your fans and outside of your group, the entire world is in on this conspiracy, including all the influencers. They're all part of it. It's just it's pretty turning point. Erica Kirk, like this is the biggest conspiracy. What bigger conspiracy has there ever been apart from the conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk?
So, yeah,
This is significantly bigger than JFK's assassination.
That makes sense.
The perfect crime.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back when I didn't do a whole lot of criminal law, but the little I did do, whenever I'd run into like a parent of the client, it's always funny because they're like this tattooed up, like a horrible person, and you talk to their mom. He's a good boy. He just got in with the wrong crowd. And in my head, I'm like, lady, your son's a killer. This like it's like, but then to have your own parents be like, yeah, he did it. He's crap, you know.
Yeah.
Christian Gadfly's
like for my kid.
Christian Gadfly's talking to the mom, and she's like, he's a good boy. He just fell in with the wrong crowd. Christian Gadfly's like, he killed and ate 7 people. He ate them. They call him the Minnesota man gobbler for all the people he ate. How's that falling into the wrong crowd of cannibals? Anyway.
Yeah. I just put Christian Gadfly here on the main screen because it's kind of like when people do this whole thing to attract more viewer audience, they put an attractive woman, on the cover or something.
I don't have my veil. I'm gonna lead all the women astray who are watching.
I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid,
this is beyond stupid.
Wait a minute. So they advise the family against going to the media because the exposure could get them in trouble and could get their child killed. However, they're completely fine with them going to Candace Owens and her making it significantly more popular among the population by spreading it on her massive YouTube channel where she speaks to millions.
This is all complete bull.
This is so retarded.
You believe that your son has been set up for a crime, but you don't want to be shouting that from the rooftops to everyone who will listen to help get your help get more attention on the conspiracy to exonerate your son. So you just you occasionally send a little message to Candace and let her take care of it. Bull. This is beyond stupid.
And Andrew Wilson's face here perfectly summarizes what's going on here.
Right here, she should have said, "Are you sweating? Why are you sweating? Are you sweating? Why are you sweating? It's just a discussion, Andrew. Why are you getting nervous?"
Isn't it weird, man? Does the microphone does say Candace? This is so. Her whole studio is like everything says Candace on it. Her laptop has photos of her facing the camera.
Well, Daniel does that. He's got Predator on his laptop.
Hey, it would have been funny if she made him sit in a custom gamer channel that has like Candace all over it. I mean, a custom gamer chair that had Candace all over it. That'd have been funny.
You see him like uncomfortable. He pulls up a pillow and it's got Candace written on it. Throws
her picture. Her picture.
Yeah, her picture on it.
You couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possibility."
Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. This is connected to this whole issue of Candace's intuition and something's not right here, right? Okay. If you wanted something that really, really does not seem right, something that seems off, it would be parents and friends and boyfriend and all this just going along with this guy getting railroaded and no one raising an objection. That would be like, if you're looking at all this and so on, something's not right here. Something's off. I mean, you got the bullet. I mean, wouldn't that have left an exit wound? These text messages, they seem kind of weird. Everyone who was close to Tyler Robinson being okay with him just getting framed and railroad. and not
100%.
raising a fuss. That should be setting off your intuition, Candace.
That's right. That's right.
It's 12.
Was that from Blazing Saddles, man? I caught it. And it's the naughtiest. What's the naughtiest part, man? What the heck is wrong?
It's
Not. Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me, I've been looking to text messages.
All right. So my conclusion at this point, we are 1 hour and 37 minutes into this debate, which is actually quite surprising. I didn't think we would get this far. Out of 4 hours, and Andrew Wilson was significantly underprepared for this debate, and he failed to do what he said he would do at the beginning of this debate, which is, this is me just saying, I think Andrew Wilson is a great debater, and this is not like him.
You should probably watch a little bit of his part where he gets to control the cross-examination.
No.
Oh yeah.
Question her theories.
I can do that some other time.
At least the part where she begs him to stop asking her for evidence.
Yeah.
Because that was hilarious.
When is that part?
I think it's after the next commercial break they have.
Okay, I'll do it next time. I need to go to sleep. Let me take some super chats here. Distracting Games says Tyler Robinson would make a terrible patsy. He has too many close friends and family that would complicate things. People like Lee Oswald make better patsies as they lack any close family or friends as a support structure. That is correct.
Isolated loner type.
That is correct. But even here, there's actually a good example, considering that there is no strong conclusive evidence that Lee Oswald was a patsy. There are strong irregularities and strong questions, but there is no actual strong evidence. Even in that case, it is already very, very difficult to establish. And Candace thinks she can actually make the case for Tyler Robinson by asking dumb questions that have nothing to do with the situation.
The point here is valid, though, that if you were looking for a patsy, you want someone who's awkward, who's kind of a loner, an outsider, screwed up history. Why? Because that makes it much more believable that this is the sort of weird person who would do this sort of thing. But in addition to that, you don't have all the close people who are going to come out and be marching in the streets and demanding that he be exonerated.
Yeah, I want to say about Andrew Wilson, some people take this as me saying Andrew Wilson lost. I'm not saying Andrew Wilson lost. I think Andrew Wilson is definitely, if we are supposed to declare a winner in this debate based on simply the facts and the discussion, Andrew Wilson wins this debate. Any analysis of any fact checks shows that Andrew Wilson was right and Candace Owens lied through her teeth and was wrong on very much everything that she claimed. Andrew Wilson is definitely the better one. However, I expected more from Andrew Wilson. So, Jay says, surprised to see a civilized Andrew. When he debated David, the language he used was pathetic, and he says that he is the real Christian. Hey, stop attacking Andrew. Andrew Wilson should have just paid hijab to debate on his side and just make money from ads. Instant victory.
Candace, yes, a woman, you think you can sit before me? Yes, why don't you step into the ring? Why don't we have a MMA fight? Yeah, oh, you won't do it? Yes,
you don't even have a small penis.
Yes. You're pregnant, that's why you're scared to fight. Well, let's do it after your baby's born then. You gonna fight me then?
Jake Butt says, AP, with that, are you sure you're saved? Like 100%. It's a good question. Mike Rochwinger says, Ruslan said Andrew is a better debater, but Candace is a better arguer. Pretty accurate analysis. That sounds pretty cool. Ruslan knows what he's talking about. Pina Colada says, Candace Owens doesn't believe Tyler admitting it was him on the cam, but will trust some random dude who said they had lunch with Ban on that day. Yeah.
That is true. And that goes into the, again, sometimes something sounds weird, something sounds off. If she wants to call that intuition and so on, okay, yeah, then you need to test it. But with Candace, it's once her intuition has vibed her into thinking, oh, the people I was already mad at, they must be behind this, then she will fixate on anything that supports her, no matter how unreliable and no matter how reliable something is that says she's wrong. Well, it doesn't fit, and therefore it's a conspiracy.
You see, this is the proof. V the Penguin says, I hear her. I remember Than. Stupidity feels like a threat to me. Cult fans are slow because live she won't say that Erica and Turning Point USA was involved because lawsuit avoidance. Clearly money wouldn't be the real issue. This is true. I think she also just wants to avoid getting questions when she makes the same thing.
Andrew does question her at one point about that, and yeah, she tries to lie about her ever. She claims that she never said that. Pretty bad.
I did see that clip. Jesus loves you. SM says, did Gadfly eat spaghetti off someone's tummy?
I just murdered an Oompa Loompa.
Oh, nice.
Gadfly, do you know what we're talking about with the spaghetti off the tummy?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was earlier. We were watching Malik's clips in a previous live stream, and he said he didn't want to talk to this woman. He says, I would rather eat spaghetti off Libiano's stomach than talk to you right now. It's like, wait, what? Why was that your go-to thought? Like, that would never cross my mind, right? If I'm saying, look, dude, I don't want to do this. I would rather eat spaghetti off AP's hairy.
It's almost like he's thought about it before or something, you know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
speaking of patsies, y'all were talking about patsies earlier, and the ideal patsy, I was like, man, I'd pick Malik. No one would believe a word he said. If I set him up, and then no, it was really this guy. Okay, well, you're toast because nobody believes you.
Mm-hmm. The perfect crime.
Yep.
You say. Speedrunner said, imagine being Tyler watching this debate as some grifter who is an uglier man than his lover make money off of discrediting his hard work. That's painful, man. If what you're saying is verifiably factually true, then you can't get sued for defamation. Well, if you correct me if I'm wrong here, Christian Gadfly, but if it is established that you genuinely believe in what you're saying, then you can get away with defamation.
Yeah, well, and also technically you could get sued. It would just be a defense.
Yeah.
So if what you're saying is true, you could still get sued for defamation, but you would just end up prevailing because you have the defense of truth. This person saying is what you're saying verifiably factually true, then you can't get sued for defamation. Yeah, you still can be, but you'll just be able to recover.
Follow-up question: why do you have such a weird accent, Christian Gadfly?
Because I'm a weird guy.
You think?
As Miss Segura, oh good. I'm half asleep giggling as much as the 5 guys on my screen. Nice. That's what we do. Mike Rochwinger, throwback to when Tim Pool got angry at Candace and suddenly the next day he was being accused of killing Charlie. Why the F would Tim Pool kill Charlie? That's the funny thing. Anyway, dude, why is this guy on my screen the whole time? Everybody loves you, Christian Gadfly, just so you know. Nicolas Tubed, I saved this for the last here. This guy posted the 75-letter Turkish word and said AP, so that was Nicholas.
Wait, not going to pronounce. You're Turkish. You're not going to pronounce that for us.
He said AP. I would love to hear your pronunciation of this word.
Oh, there we go.
I'm going to do it. Move.
Wrong. Already wrong.
Muvaffakiyetsizleştiricileştiri ve what the dude. Muvaffakiyetsizleştiri. I can't even read it right now. It's too exhausting.
You can't even read Turkish, dude.
Turkish is stupid.
You can't even read Turkish.
Muvaffakiyetsizleştiricileştiriveremeyebileceklerimizdenmişsiniz. The hell is wrong with people?
This is crazy. We always, because you can't read English either. You sound like a total dope when you try to read. We're always like, oh, okay, it's his third language, so we'll give him a pass when he can't pronounce anything. But you can't even pronounce Turkish, man. Can you pronounce German? Can you do that?
I can't. Ask Mr. Guerra. So AP woke up Gadfly for 5 minutes. Disrespectful. It is. It's pretty disrespectful. Finally, back to this question. AP, with that, are you sure you're saved? I think my belief is that if I hold on, as the scripture says, and I have faith, yes. All right. Anything else, boys?
The only thing is, this was the high point for Candace. After this, it gets worse.
Yeah, I am wondering, as has already been pointed out, if this will kind of encourage her that she is capable of debating this, because at the end of the day, if you actually believe what you're saying and there are all these people disagree with you and think that the evidence points in a different direction, you probably want to. She'd look at this and go, oh, I got really big shows here, really big platforms, got tons of money from ads and stuff like that. So you could see her again. With that said, I wish they'd hurry up and get to this trial so that everything can be out there and stupid people can be exposed.
No, David thinks everybody is stupid. See? All people are stupid. All right, anything else? All right, thanks, everybody. Anything else, Christian Gadfly?
Balloons. Yeah, that's it. I don't have anything.
Bloody balloons.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Finally, I want to conclude with Matthew 24:13, which says, "But the one who endures to the end will be saved." And the other I want to conclude with saying, thanks everybody for watching. And hey, we're live tomorrow. David, you, me,
L, Sarah, I'm guessing?
I think so, yeah. We're live tomorrow at 8. Mm-hmm. Until then, as always, everybody have a fantastic day. Thanks for all for being here. Candace Owens is retarded. And God bless you all. And as the saying popularly and famously goes,
stay away from Islam.
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 Stay away from Islam. Stay away from Islam.